Okie dokie people, welcome back. This is Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice for Android, and this should be part 6 if I'm not mistaken. I believe the one from yesterday, yep, that was part 5, so today is part 6. And we're on the 4th case of the game, so let's get started with it. Actually, no, let's not do that. Episode select. That would be the first. That would be the second. That would be the third I just finished. That would be it. Turnabout Storyteller. That way we can rewatch the little video intro, I guess, that we didn't watch yesterday.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Oh yeah. I forgot I need my controller. It's not turned on. Oh no, if it did, then what do we do? Come on, why is my controller not connecting? Put yourself together, don't worry, I have an idea. That's it, it's connected apparently. Okay. What the heck? Who brings a defendant to his own trial late? Plus, the request was so last minute, I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. He's late for a very important date. My name is Athena Sykes. Sorry. Armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how, I'm a fully competent defender of the Right Anything Agency. Though I wish my client would show up already, the trial's about to start. It appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? The trial's about to start, Simon. You needn't get so worked up, Athena. His baldness can wait. There's no way it'd wait for me. And besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not. Still but a rank amateur, I see. Blackquill? Simon Blackquill. You might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak, but he's kind of my senior, I guess. But twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time. So where are Wright Dono and Justice Dono? Mr. Wright is abroad and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. Okay, excuse me. Didn't I tell you? They're what? So neither one of them are here, leaving you to take this on alone? Yeah, I guess that's it, yeah. Yep. Ye gods. Call Wright Dono back, it's not too late. Oh no, not too late at all. He would only need to know how to teleport. Very well. Then I will settle for Justice Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery, as your defense derails in spectacular fashion. No, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay, promise, so wipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is... Yes, he's your... He's asleep again. Oi, Bucky, wake up. Yeah! Ow! What you do that for, Simey? Soba? Something? Who's this yellow chickadee? She's your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. Lawyer, she sure doesn't look it, does she? Does she? Is she like your fellow apprentice or something? Something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another. Okay, well then, guess I better call her Ms. Chickadee then. Simon, this guy is not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind. No, that was Athena, actually. You shouldn't be sounding, drunk. Do as you will, just save it for after the trial. Miss Chickadee. Don't call me that. How'd you do? How'd you do? Simon here, an old friend of mine. I'm the 4th generation head chef of Wet Soba. Wet Noodle. Number 4, Bucky Wet. Nice to meet ya. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet. So he can pull himself together when he wants to. Good. If only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taken the toll on the poor boy. And you happened to be there at the theater where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Rakugo storyteller murdered in his dressing room. Indeed. The victim master storyteller Taifu Tornado was a longtime patron of Wet Soba. Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky ever since Wet Noodle number 3 passed away. I see, so the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That stupid old fart like a father, and now away. He was always dishing my soba. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now pull yourself together, number 3 must be rolling in his grave. But Simon! The police, none of them believe me. They won't listen to me. It looks like he's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything is gonna be alright. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. You mean you believe me, madam? Of course, no matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee. Now, come on. I need you to shape up just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Mr. What? Ah, Bucky, you great big pillock. So, how exactly do you know this guy? I used to frequent Wet Soba, and still do, in fact, so I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me. I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon. I wouldn't expect one such as you who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread to understand the delicate taste and the subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour. But that's just rude, but I digress. I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff. If I let Wet Soba end like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life. Ah, I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust. It was never my intention to ask you. Grr. I'll show him I can handle it just fine. Well, I believe it's just about time. What? But we haven't even properly discussed the case yet. What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadeeing out. I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all. Auf geht's. Let's do this. Auf geht es. Or something. Come on, Mr. Wet. Get up off the floor. We got a case to win. Yes, Miss Chickadee. I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba. Wet soba. Wet soba. Wet soba.
Yellow, 2 bowls of noodles. Sorry, sir, no can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They hung up. Okay, let's do this. He's not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere. Let me rest? Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough fresh. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles. He's blacked out. Oh boy, I just knew something like this would happen. Hello, Jeff. I'm doing good, thank you. How about you? First, buckwheat seeds or groats are ground to make buckwheat flour. Then dough made with this flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten. Doing good as well? Awesome. Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make me any soba right now, though, that's for sure. Athena, this is no time for idle chatter. You need to get into the courtroom now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quarter. There you go, treating me like I'm incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for help anyway. Just you wait, Simon, I'll show you. Mr. Wright and Apollo might not be here, but that's alright. I can do this on my own. Wet soba, wet soba. Day 1 court is now in session, all rise. Okay, I'll be getting some coffee before we start. Okay. There we go. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor. What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor said Maddie? That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country? Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay. And though my opponent is yet a callow thing... Callow? Callow? What is that? What is that word? First of all, what does it mean? Said of a young person, inexperienced or immature. And how do you pronounce that? Callow. Okay. I have no qualms with sending her down to hell. If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I am a qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire, if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick? Now cease your shrill chirping. Now, Prosecutor said Maddie. She is still only a teenager. Please go easy on her. How old is she? Oh, I guess, okay. Can't know, huh? Great, now even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. Very well, shall we begin, Your Honor? Yes, I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor said Maddie, please give your opening statement. I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12, at a storyteller's theater called Kurukuru Tei. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name was Taifu Tornado. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway and has an inner and outer sliding door. Okay. Backstage diagram. Added to the court record. The estimated time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. Choked on his noodles. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. I will now submit the incident report to the court. Crime scene reports added to the court record. Okay. Taifu's autopsy reports added to the court record. Prosecutor said, Maddie, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit when you don't know how the victim was killed or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are as yet unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. I guess this means he has some kind of evidence to present. Now, would the accused care to plead his case? Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes? Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. White isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. Great, starting off on the wrong foot already. Mr. White is the head chef of a soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theater at the victim's request. Taifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. He was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found on the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Okay. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in the theater dressing rooms is a bit much, no? Mr. Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable. And yet the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet Soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. A murder over the deed to a shop, that does sound like a plausible motive. So that's what this case is about. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. I could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had. Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see, Satra, you are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. I've known about the case for like a grand total of 15 minutes, so give me a break. You are an embarrassment to your profession, you putrid egg yolk. Eek! I'm sorry. Apollo's a red pepper, and now I'm an egg yolk. We've only just started, and I've already been demoted from Spring Chick. I am ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Excuse me, there's something I need to check. Let us listen to the words of one who was present when the crime was discovered. Or so they say. I don't, never mind, okay. I wasn't sure. Okay. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found. Very well, witness, please take the stand. Ah, Simon? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Simon Blackquill, prosecutor. Prosecutor Blackquill! You didn't tell me you were going to take the stand. There simply wasn't time. Always so smug, I want to punch him in the face. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackquill. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see? Prosecutor said Maddie, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm. By all means. This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle the case competently? Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic for now. It is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night, and have grasped the overall idea of it. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a towel as... He's launched into an explanation. And the Rakugo artist tells long whimsical stories giving etc, etc, etc. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Jugemu instead? It appears you have put in a bit of study. Enough so, anyway. Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Professor Blackquill. I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind. If that is your Honor's request. Jugemu. There's no time for this. Your Honor, could we please get back to the trial? Oh, right, of course. I nearly forgot. Seriously, of all the things for you to forget. Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackquill, please tell this court what you witnessed. What Simon saw. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room theater only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body. Now wait just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackquill. With testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. White of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right? Well, yeah, duh. Alright, I guess I'd better start by getting all the info out of him that I can. Cross-examination. What Simon saw. Okay, I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. Let's confirm some of the facts first, though, that I am not yet quite familiar with. Okay, that's a picture. The victim was making soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room is covered in soba flour. There are 2 drink cans in the fridge. Okay. There's a doghouse outside. Well, he didn't witness the murder, did he? He only witnessed finding the body, I guess. Suffocation. Nothing was found in his lungs. Okay. Went straight to his room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple Uendo apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body. But I'm not sure if this is something that I should concern myself with just yet. Well, anyway. Wait a second. Hold it! Prosecutor Blackwell, what did you go to the theater for in the first place? I went because I had received an invitation from Master Tornado. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple Uendo's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Uendo II. Objection! Well, hey, Panda, how's it going? So what exactly does it mean to succeed to its stage name? You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. I see, so there was another Uendo Rakugo artist before and his disciple succeeded him, huh? And what exactly did your invitation say? It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Taifu Tornado was going to perform Toki Soba or Time Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba using only his fan as a prop. Ah, that's what he was doing then, earlier. Without the proper cultural reference, I didn't understand what he was doing, I guess. Because I'm not familiar with a Rakugo theater, I guess. And Uendo was to perform Soba Sei or Soba Glutton, a soba-themed show, I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your boldness. The first to perform was the senior disciple Geiru, followed by Uendo, and lastly Master Tornado. I see, so that's why you happened to be at the Storyteller's Theater yesterday. Your boldness, yeah. As I recall, he was already calling the judge that when he appeared in the previous game. So what happened after you arrived? I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. And how did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him? I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately we didn't actually meet. You didn't see him? Why not? He was already dead. Geiru escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. You heard Rakugo being performed in the dressing room? Yes, not just me, but Geiru as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m.? Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. Could have been a recording. I could tell because it was the time soba routine being performed in there. So that means the victim was killed sometime after that. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Press. Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wed appeared at the time. Geiru and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Tornado to finish practicing, when Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things. What happened after that? We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate. This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. Are you insinuating that nature had already done half the job for the killer or something? I'd better come up with some kind of counter-argument and fast. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. Okay. What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in? No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time. Black Quill is B, yeah. And then Geiru, I guess, is G. Geiru was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all. Oh, that's a chick, Geiru. I see. And why do you suppose Uendo went to the dressing room anyway? He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respect right before and after each performance. And all disciples are expected to do this? Yes, it's common courtesy among Rakugo artists. I see. Could you tell us what happened after Uendo went into the dressing room? Certainly. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body. And how did Uendo act at the time? After Uendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room and Uendo came flying out. Did you hear any signs of a struggle at that time? No, just Uendo's woeful scream. I see. Well done, Prosecutor Blackquill. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackquill, and now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackquill and Geiru were in the hallway waiting for Master Tornado, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room, and about 10 minutes later he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Uendo Tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Uendo gave a scream, and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackquill and Geiru then ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. The dog appears on the map there. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is crucial testimony indeed. Simon's statement added to the court record, okay? Defense, an eyewitness has given conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life. If Uendo went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body, then who is to say he didn't commit the crime? Uendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Oh, Simon, why did you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackquill, can't you give me something a little better to work with here? I guess not. Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I am certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So if you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself. This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackquill. Just admit you don't remember it all that well. That would be lying. Or so he says. Watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Begone, witness, you shall haunt this sacred hall no more. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? Remember this, you blackguard. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackquill. I've got this. Would I have my way, he would not be the only one here to step down. You half-boiled putrid egg yolk. I object to the notion that I am a gooey, smelly mess. Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. Rakugo? He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Blackquill when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Geiru Tornado. Nice shoes. Please state your name and occupation, witness. Hello everyone, I'm here to represent the Tornado School with a twisty twist. And balloon! There you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geiru Tornado. Just call me Geiru, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon! She has a nice set of balloons indeed. What a way to capture your audience's attention. I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Mr. Judge, please tell me you were talking about the hat, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. Judgey, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club, PWAA, please? Ooh, I recognize her. Well, you do? Me, I don't. Oh, absolutely. And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyway, Geiru, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad, but Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness, smile, smile, smile with a twisty twist. Excuse me. And balloon, there you have it, one gorgeous cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. Her balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was a severed monster head. Geiru, you're obviously a balloon artist. So how did you come to be a member of a Rakugo school? Well, my father, my late father that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the Tornado School to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shisho, our master, but that Bucky wet. Oh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible. Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss. condolences. Sorry. And not only that, Betty, you have more to say about Mr. Wet. Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? This is a great scent. How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset. Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Geiru's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, defense. Now then, Geiru, please share the truth with this court. Yes, Geiru, your testimony, please. Excuse me. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m. when Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before a window discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jigemu was barking like mad. Oh? Prosecutor Blackquill, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony? No. Make up your bloody mind, sad monk, said Maddie. First you exercise me, now this. You need only do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul. Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, prosecutor said Maddie. And I just might have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what are you asking Prosecutor Blackquill for? I'm the one you should be checking with. There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Kurainism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackquill. Ha, ha, ha. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Sykes Dono. Well, I won't let either one of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness. I hope you can make Prosecutor Sadmani see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll allow your cross-examination, so you'd better strike while the iron is hot. Okay. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m. when Shisho's body was found. So the murder must have happened sometime in those 20 minutes, correct? But 20 minutes isn't a lot of time, is it? I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say? That's what happened, you know? Isn't that right, Simon? Yes, Geiru and I can both confirm that Master Tornado still lived at around 4 p.m. Oh yeah, you can, can't you? See? Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. The fact that the two of you were there in front of the dressing room means you were able to see everyone who went in and out, right? Of course. Or are you insinuating that I was daydreaming or sleeping while standing up or something? No, of course not. I saw everything, I tell you. Fine, so you say anyway, but did you really? Before a window discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Only the defendant and Uendo entered around the time of the murder? That's right, that's why it must have been Bucky who killed poor Shisho. Let's take a deep breath, okay, Geiru? So not a single other person set foot into the dressing room during that time? Yeah, it was Geiru, okay. I wasn't sure what I saw. I already told you over and over, didn't I? There was nobody else. I must apologize on the lawyer's behalf, even though her memory is that of a spring chick's. Please overlook your transgression as best you can. Oh, I see, poor thing. Hang in there, sweetie. Hey, who are you calling a bird brain, buddy? Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemu was barking like mad. Who's Jugemu? Jugemu? That's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. With a twisty twist twist. And Bloon, there you have it, my cute little Jugemu. He's kinda creepy looking. Oh, but he's really, really good boy. And why was Jugemu barking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we'd have a new suspect in this case. Now, why he was barking again? Oh, I remember. Because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into his yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope, the door out in the yard was wide open. I would have seen if anybody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackquill, come down to the stand for a sec, please. How many times must I do this? You saw what Geiru was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before? I can't be expected to remember every minute detail. Well, remember them now, please. Did Geiru go out into the yard? Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jugemu. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well. Do you recall anything else? It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Jugemu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in the corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember. It looks like Geiru was telling the truth. Your Honor, I'd like Geiru's last statement added to her testimony. As you wish, defense. Which door is it? She wouldn't have been able to see it if this is the door. No, that's a window. Is that it? Do I have an inconsistency?
Objection!
Ah, there we go. So you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard? Or so she says anyway. Is that correct? That's right, the door out into the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. The way the door opens, yeah, it's true. If it's closed, you can't see. If it's open, you can't see either. That makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There's a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony. I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. This.
Take that!
Geiru was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackwood even saw her there. And while she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open. Ah, I see. Yes, if the door to the yard was wide open, as Gaidu said, it would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way! But even if there were admittedly a few moments Gaidu was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case? It would greatly affect the case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Gaidu, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What? Hide the fact? You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. What's a crack-a-lackin', Omi? What's crack-a-lackin', Monica? It's a crack-a-lackin' great. Now that you're here, how about you? How was your day? I was so shocked by what happened. I was just confused, that's all. Even though she is trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it must be very difficult indeed. To a disciple, one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely your shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed. But I wasn't! That wasn't what I was trying to do! I'm good, kinda tired, was on the tour today of the place I'll be studying. Ah, and where is that exactly? Is that a university? Is that a... how do you call that? A college? Or what kind of place is it? Can you tell me again what it is exactly you wanted to study, by the way? Because I remember you said something to that effect, but not the finer details. But that wasn't what I was trying to do. Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. And if we ask the people of this courtroom, I am sure they would agree. What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this. Are you afraid to find out that they think ill of you, or that perhaps you are in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of. Well, she has balloons as arguments, so the gallery is probably all over her, I guess. He's right, that was harsh. She didn't have to go that far. I feel kind of sorry for the witness. And why is the lawyer's outfit so yellow? Ah yes, not university yet. HF as we call it. I want to become a librarian. Ah yes, indeed. Yeah, now it's coming back to mind. Indeed, that you said something like that. So how was it then? How is the place you're gonna study? Just trying to find the truth. Why is this whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Sanmari? The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong. Oh yeah, I'm sure. That lawyer is still in training, isn't she? Why is she all by herself? I hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It is ludicrous to come to trial with such a paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once. But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door. The defendants can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackwood and Gairu's testimonies. Even now you would continue to resist. You are childish in defeat as well, I see. I am not out for the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? Big, it's gonna take a while before I can find my way. And is that like in the same town you live, or do you have to go like a long trips every day to go there or something. But they are really nice. They offer free breakfast for students. Oh, that's cool. I know I'd like that. That sounds nice, indeed. With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push, such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence, huh? You have to take a 30-minute train ride? But as long as you don't have to walk too much to the station, but I guess you have your electric bike, maybe? So that's also perhaps an option for you now that you have one. Like to get to the station, maybe, or from the station to the school, but then you say a short bus ride then. So yeah, it's not that close, then I take it. That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. Look at these Japanese playing cards, known as karuta, lined up on the table. These special English version karuta cards spell out a message. That message, wet number 4. Wet number 4? You mean wet noodle number 4? Yes, Wet Noodle number 4 as the 4th head chef of Wet Soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused, Bucky Wet. I live very close to the station and the school is close enough to walk from the train, but there is a bus that I can take if it's raining, like today. That's good. Yeah, it's good to have that option, indeed, if it is raining. And if it doesn't cost anything extra, like if your, I don't know, subscription maybe or something covers buses and train, then that's good. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Crime scene report, updated in the court record. Would you still carry on your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence? You can say whatever you want, but we won't know until we... Satura. It is cruel to give the accused false hope. You will only compound his suffering. Wise people of the courtroom, do you not agree? Wise people, huh? He's right, it's cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. What an incompetent noob. I feel bad for the victim and the defendant. What? But I'm trying to prove Mr. Wet's innocence here. You've paid for a special card that only students can get. It lets you drive for free anytime you want while it lasts. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like the same kind of thing that we would have here too. I know you can hear them, defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused's soul. It is time for you to let it go and move on, you inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own? What good is she doing anybody? She should just quit right now. Now, defense, leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence!
Silence! He's trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. Simon! And you fobdoodles in the gallery, can't a man watch a trial in peace? This is fun. This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Does that prosecutor really think she can turn things around? The mood in this courtroom is starting to change. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grew bored of watching from the gallery. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to this spring chick and lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I would be quite cross. It's all about the soba, huh? You voluntarily stand on the side of impurity and sin. Truly, what a fool you are. To think you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable Athena? I just let my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again. Then gird up your loins and steel yourself a battle. I'm not girding up anything in the skirt. But I am ready to get serious. Strange to see him on the other side like that. Oh, that reminds me, I have to check, see if I got a message. Okay. It seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. Strange to see him on the other side like that. But I guess it's a bit hard for me to remember exactly how it was in the first game, but they were close, no? Like when Athena was a little kid, or something like that. It feels like it's in the distant past already for me, so it's a bit hard to remember, but I think that was the case. Like they're close. It seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I was imprisoned for a long time, and hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest. Huh? But the fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. Yeah, something like that, yeah, For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. That doesn't sound so bad. A white and black reverse panda, that is. That sounds even better. And you shall be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule. Yeah, that part doesn't sound as good. A threat like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackquill. After all, he's already used to looking like a panda in this life. Ha! He was a good guy who put himself behind bars so she wouldn't, if I remember correctly. Something like that, yeah. He took the blame. Who are you calling a panda? Sorry. I see that you are both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Geiru, thank you for your service. You may step down now. Okie dokie, bye-bye, balloon! Oh no, her balloons are leaving. Too bad. Does everything have to be about balloons with her? Yes, indeed. Now then. I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuta cards. And who is the witness this time? The first to discover the body and someone who witnessed the crime scene firsthand. Pandas are like giant toddlers. Mr. Uendo Tornado. The time has come for that ponytailed pair over there to finally let it all go and move on. Very well, let's bring in this witness then. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I am the Rakugo storyteller Uendo Tornado. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested. After all, that would be a Raku no. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Hold it!
You can't leave yet. You've only just introduced yourself. Oh, my. Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like my autograph? One moment. Are you a fan of mine? Okay. Did you get the pun? What do you think you're doing? No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan after all. Fan for a fan, nice one. Oh, why, if it isn't Simon, how are you on this fine day, sir? Thank you, everybody, and good night. Fades out of existence. I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Uendo. Never performed in a place like this, you know? Such a dork. I got butterflies here, can't you see? Why do I always get the weird ones? Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to the case at hand. He's not as taken by this guy's charm as he was by Geiru's balloons earlier. I suppose you're right. In that case, I was promoted to Futatsume yesterday and received the stage name of Uendo. The show was our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing. And then that happened. I never dreamed something like that would happen, not in a million years. And just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shisho too. Yeah, plus I'm worried about Geiru. The way she clung to Shisho, poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip. Stiff like rigor mortis. Keep telling those lame jokes and Shisho will come scold you from the grave. I wouldn't mind getting yelled at, you know, if it meant seeing him again. Uendo, please, as charming as your various characters are, this isn't the Rakugo stage. Let us hear your testimony now, witness. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused's guilt. Shisho's dying message. I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, you see. Ha! The judge is partial to the big plotted characters. Nice one. You should get into Rakugo, Monica, not them. Hey now, enough with the silly puns already. Remember the pink girl from the first game? Whatever her name was. But yeah. I do remember her. From the case in which Mia Fey got murdered, as I recall. She was the secretary of Red White from Blue Corporation or something like that, but her name I can't recall. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That was the Master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. It's so like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. Well, that was certainly a more entertaining testimony than usual. The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid. Excuse me. Yeah, April May. Yeah, that was her name indeed. He was also quite taken with her. Yeah, indeed, yeah. Indeed. But he shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. And Wendo, the murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. So how can you say that the victim was drowned in soba broth? It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved into a bowl. It's only natural to assume he was drowned in the broth for the noodles. Except we're not here to assume things, Wendo, so please stick just to the facts. My, it's so like a soba shelf to kill someone in this way, wouldn't you say? And with the Karuta message you left behind, it's clear Bucky what did it. But you're the last person on the scene, though, so you could have set up the cards like that. Because if the cards had been left like that, I mean, wet number 4 himself would have changed the cards, right? He wouldn't have left the scene with the guy dead, with the cards spelling out his name. That would have cast suspicion on him if he was the culprit. That wouldn't make any sense. Setting aside the issue of the murder weapon for now. Well, actually, he also quite likes the pretty and innocent act. I suppose so, yeah. I do seem to recall something like the one Dahlia, yeah? That's the name I was actually about to struggle to remember. Yeah, he kind of liked her too, yeah, as I recall. Indeed. And that was one of my favorite cases too, so. I mean, the character of Dahlia herself was quite interesting. But I prefer the nice one of the two, obviously. Setting aside the issue of the murder weapon for now, that dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence. Indeed, it proves the absolute guilt of the accused. Even I've gotta admit that I can't see how that message could mean anything else. Bucky used soba for the dead, all to get back the soba shop deed. This testimony makes Mr. Wet look super guilty. I have to do something. That's his conclusive evidence. What a farce. What do you mean, Simon? What's this? I thought you said you weren't planning on asking me for help. I did and I won't. Thank you very much. Simon must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. I'd better listen carefully and try to see what he found. Iris is the sister of Dahlia. Yeah, that must be Iris then that the character that I liked. But the case itself was also one that I particularly liked. It was a good one. I noticed she shows dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, you see. Yeah, that's not what I noticed. Hold on. Got the meaning right away. I know it must have been talking about Bucky. Left as he was drowning in soba broth. Nothing was found in his lungs. Indeed, yeah.
Objection!
So he did not drown in a liquid, I guess. Otherwise, there would be something in the lungs. I liked it a lot too. Think it's my favorite of the third game. I think it's my favorite of the whole series, quite frankly. But certainly of the third game too, yeah. There's a contradiction in Uendo's testimony. And would you care to explain where Miss Sykes? Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs. Ah, yes, it does say that, doesn't it? Think it's in the top 3 for you? If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there should have been soba broth in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated in something other than soba broth. What? This is the contradiction you noticed, isn't it, Simon? Heh, not bad at all. For a chick, for a yellow chick, I guess I showed you. Nothing can stop Simon Keyes from ace investigation for me. It's not something that really sticks in my mind at the moment, so it's kind of hard to remember. But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then when was the victim's face thrust into that bowl? Typhoon Tornado's face was thrust into the bowl. After? Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs, his head must have been placed into the bowl after he was killed, when he had stopped breathing. And that's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Karuta cards. In other words, the victim could not have lined the cards up as he was drowning. I see. So it was done after he was already dead, but why would the culprit do such a thing? I'm afraid I don't know yet.
Objection.
Objection. Okay, excuse me. You boast of psychological expertise, yet you cannot determine such a simple motive. My sides are liable to split at the absurdity. What? And I suppose you know why? Of course, desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity on the part of the perpetrator. Yes, that does make sense. Alright, so I believe you've already gotten the pun of the dead guy's name. Evi. What was it again? Typhoon Tornado. I'm not sure I have it. Typhoon Tornado. No, I don't have it. Tornado. No, I don't have it. I do not, I'm afraid. I mean, it's gotta be close for all of the Tornado clan, I guess. There has to be a pun with all of their names, but... Tornado? Like a tornado? Gale Tornado? Window Tornado? I'm not sure. Here's the thing about the Japanese name Bakufu Senpu Tei. Japanese Senpu means hurricane. Bakufu means blast, like a blast of wind from an explosion. Tei is often seen as part of Rakugo performer titles, English from typhoon and tornado. Yeah. Yeah. But, okay, so, let me have a look at his name again. Yeah, like a typhoon and tornado. Okay, yeah. Gale, I guess, yeah, that's something good to do with wind and tornado. What about him, though? Wind. Yeah, I guess that would be it, then, I guess. Wind, gale, and typhoon. Tornado. Okay. Yeah, okay, wind. Okay, okie dokie. And Geiru, well, that's Gale. Okay, that one was kind of easier to grasp, I suppose, for me, for my poor little brain. My meager brain. Okay, yes, that does make sense. It certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings toward the victim. Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shop steed, no doubt. Just great. Now the judge has an even more unfavorable impression of Bucky. Silence. Hers was the hardest. For you? Ah, okay. Must you come undone at every juncture? If the culprit had time enough to set up Master Tornado's body, do you think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message? Good point. The cards were right in front of his body, after all. And the guy from the soba shop is also pretty easy, from buckwheat, a kind of noodle dough. Yeah, but they already actually kind of spelled it out for the player, I think, at one point by mentioning buckwheat. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that, huh? Objection. But was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of that room?
Silence.
Never mind that, I have something more important to ask Huendo. Me? You saw the Karuta cards firsthand, did you not? What gives him the right to ask anything? I mean, he's not the defense attorney. He's not even a defense attorney at all. He's a prosecutor, and he is in the defendant's bench. Is he allowed to ask questions like these? You saw the Karuta cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know. Well, those cards are from Shisho's special Soba Scenes of Tokyo Past set. Each card is related in some way to Soba. Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me how the cards looked at the scene and no more. Well, there was soba broth spilled all over them. That's not much help, I'm afraid. Shh, don't question it, Rudy. Don't question it. But my brain needs to know. I need explanations. Explanations are life itself. Prosecutor Sanmari, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly? I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor. Oh my, what delightful looking cards. Nostalgic. Wet. Number 4. Yeah. Ouch. There's one that says ouch. Hound. Equipment. Traditional. Wavy. And 4. Okay. Giru Soba. Okay. Tearing Prosecutor Sad Monk's conclusive evidence apart should be a breeze with this. Huh. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Don't be silly. Of course I have. Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that now, can I? Karuta cards added to the court record. Miss Sykes, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claim about these cards? Well, go on then. Alright, it's do or die. All I have to do is study the picture and... These cards were rearranged. That's what I've believed since the start, so... These cards were rearranged. But how can you tell? Please take a good look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer is right in front of us. Where exactly should we be looking, Miss Sykes? The soba broth stains, because they don't line up with the stain on the table. And that actually should tell us how they were arranged initially, I suppose. Please focus your attention on the soba broth stains on these cards. The outline of these stains don't match up with the largest stain on the table. Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And... Please recall that the soba broth was spilled and got on the cards after the murder. When the victim's face was placed in a bowl... Yeah, yes, go on. Everyone is dumb, the stains really are obvious. By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. What? Then if we put the cards back in their original positions, we can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing toward. Maybe they weren't pointing to anyone. I mean, there's only so many things that the cards could have been spelling. I mean, it just so happens that the arranged Karuta on the table were all the cards needed to spell this guy's name. I mean, how many other names could the same amount of cards just rearranged differently spell? Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this. All I have to do is rearrange the cards so that the stains match up. Ah, it's up to me to do it? Here? Yeah. Perfect. Okay, the H card is next. Down there. Maybe I can do it with the controller, actually. Now the E card. Top right. A perfect match. Next up is the T card. Let's see, where was this key card originally? Bottom. Top right. That looks good. Now O. Top left. Owen. Fourth. What's that I'm hearing? Lawnmower.
Take that!
Ah, stop yelling! So the message, wet number 4, was originally supposed to say Owen 4th. Who's Owen? And this original message is our clue to the identity of the true culprit. What? That indignant look on Prosecutor Sad Monk's face is positively priceless. Prosecutor Sad Monks. This is absurd. So it was originally Owen 4th? Who's Owen? Is there even anyone called that? No. There is nobody called that, so... Order! Order in the court! Well, I never would have imagined that there was more to these cards than meets the eye. So now that that's settled, what does this 0-4th mean? Don't know. Wait, am I? Who else do you suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you. But I haven't thought that far yet. Change the cards around all you'd like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, then it is as worthless as you are, Defense. For all you know, it's just another one of his lame jokes from his Rakugo show or something. Comedy show. No! Athena, no! Come on. And so the spring chick that fancies itself a graceful swan is brought back down to earth. I have to do something, but what? Still your thoughts for a second. There is a perfectly good witness to question over there. Oh, right, that's a good idea. Come, Athena, get a hold of yourself. Uendo, does the phrase 0-4th mean anything to you? If he's guilty, he's not gonna tell you. No, there's no one named Owen in the Tornado family of our circle of friends. Go ahead, ask anybody you'd like. You can't be serious! Having rummaged through your empty mind, I see you have, as expected, turned up nothing.
Silence!
I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this 0-4th is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wet. That in itself proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit. Prosecutor Black Quill is right. Besides, the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather, who rearranged the cards? Yeah, you can't be a good lawyer until you've mastered the subtle art of bench stomping. Excuse me, I'm gonna go and get some more coffee. Excuse me. Yeah, on the subject of bench stomping, actually, I seem to recall that at first she could not stomp the bench quite so well or something. Or was it Apollo? No, I think it was her. When she was a new attorney in training. She did not know how to stomp it quite as she should at first. That might have been in the previous game, I think. Why didn't you point that out earlier if you already knew? Sorry. In any case, there were 2 opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. I believe it was Apollo. That might have been Apollo then. But I think it might have been in the previous game, not in Apollo Justice, where they show you one of his early cases, like a flashback sequence, where when he wasn't confident enough, he did not know how to like slam the bench. But I think it's in the previous game. It's not in Apollo Justice, but it's like a flashback scene of one of his first cases or something like that. I think that was it. In any case, there were 2 opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was when Mr. Wet entered the dressing room, and the second one was when Wendo discovered the body. Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards? Me who came to testify out of the goodness of my heart? Well, you didn't exactly come running out screaming straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 or 3 minutes is more than enough time to get up to some devilry. So what exactly were you doing in there, Wendo? Sip, sip. Sip, 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 sip. Well, talking about sip. Sip, sip, sip. Put down the tea and spit out your answer. Eee, Mr. Prosecutor, what's a guy supposed to do at a time like this? He looks down on his hands and then quickly up again when it's only a small slap on the table. Yeah, that was actually quite funny. The defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue. Oh, I see. So that's what they're after, is it? In that case, Your Honor, I've decided not to say another word. Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law. Well, Prosecutor Blackquill, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share? There's something about remaining silent, though. I can't think of it right now, but did you hear that, Sykes Dono? A Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work. That's right, I'm not going to fall for it. I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there is no audience to listen? Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer. The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. That's simply human nature. Isn't that right? People of the gallery. Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk. If so, then perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend. Are you saying I should quit because I'm not afraid to speak my mind? I'll have you know. Oh no, never mind what I just said. It is scary to talk, it's absolutely terrifying. But no, as a Rakugo artist, I must talk. If I don't, how can I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I'm ready to testify. He did it. He managed to convince Uendo with his power of suggestion technique. Bully for you, Uendo. That's as a real Rakugo artist should be. Alright, if the witness wishes to testify, then by all means, please do. To be turned by such an obvious ploy. What a man of weak spirit. In the dressing room. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room. But he didn't reply. Adrian Andrews used the right to remain silent. But I don't know, I mean, they say it's protected by law, but I seem to recall that there are some downsides to it as well. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table motionless. Don't think there is anything against it? From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any inconsistencies in the testimony. Of course there aren't any, because I'm not trying to hide anything. Prosecutor Sanmari is right, I don't see anything inconsistent either. But I did pick up on some faint discord in Uendo's heart. Ponder all you would like, defense, but it is pointless. Trying to think of what I had in mind. Yeah, except old cookies if you like. Mm. Uh, uh, bu- 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 Mm. Yeah, no. I don't know what I had in mind. I can't find anything. Your Honor, I believe there is no need for further deliberation. I disagree, Your Honor. I detected discord in the voice of the witness's heart. That's a clear contradiction that Uendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil. Are you saying what I think you're saying, Miss Sykes? Time for a therapy session? The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session on this witness. Uendo, there is no need for you to submit to this so-called therapy. It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on. Impetuous fool. Why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother? If the witness wishes to proceed, I see no problem, prosecutor. In one ear and out the other. It seems this performer has no need for your so-called guidance, prosecutor Sadmonk. Just notice, Uendo, your folly will surely earn you divine retribution. Thanks, Simon. I'm going to make the most of this opportunity you created for me. Just keep your wits about you. I will. Uendo, could you tell us again about what happened in the dressing room? After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. He feels happy. Okay. I called to him from outside the room. But he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table motionless. Okay. He was not surprised. So she pleads the fifth, which is the right to remain silent, Edgeworth. Then, hold on, because there's a... I was reading at the chat, and then the thing went away. So she pleads the fifth, which is the right to remain silent. Edgeworth then intervened, saying he still had the right to question her about something unrelated, and asked her to describe her finding of the body again, but that's all I can find about it. Yeah, it's a bit too vague in my memory for me to remember exactly what it was or how that went. Even though I'm noticing something strange with these emotions. Something stranger with cheesy toe skin, you say? Something strange with these emotions. It's been years since I played it myself. Yeah, it's about the same for me, so... I've been streaming these games over the course of many, many years, so... How could you ever heard some thin stranger with cheesy toe skin? I don't know, maybe it's me who's got some cheese in my ears. Did he will the floor to open up and swallow his cushions out of shame for that bad joke? The point I'm trying to make is that I noticed something unexpected in your emotions. Now stop hiding and come out where we can see you. Bailiff, please bring the witness a few replacement cushions. So what was this unexpected thing you noticed? Oh, come on, His Honor said a few cushions, not a few dozen. Now that we've all had a good laugh, please continue, Miss Sykes. Who's laughing? Focus, Athena. Don't let yourself get rattled. When you entered the room and saw your master slumped motionless over the table, you weren't the least bit shocked, Wendo. Don't you think that's a little odd? He already knew about that he was dead. That's why he wasn't surprised. Or shocked, as it were. Is it, though? The lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw. And I think I know why. The reason Wendo wasn't shaken when he saw his master's dead body is because he has an entertainer's guts. He knew about his master's death. Wendo, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaken was because you already knew you would find your master's dead. A body or something. What? What kind of a thing is that to say? You got it all wrong. Oh, right. I just remembered something. I thought Shisha was just sleeping when I first saw him. Then why are you feeling sad or, You thought he was sleeping. It sounds plausible, but what made you think he was asleep? Well, he had his head and his arms up on the table as if he were taking a nap. Oh, and one other thing. There was that note, too. Note? What note? Ah, you must be talking about this. You were withholding evidence? Resting. Do not disturb. Allow me to read it. Yeah, but I already did. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisha was napping? That is a pretty reasonable assumption. You gotta be kidding me! Taifu's note added to the court record. That's right, I saw this note, so that's why I thought Shisha was asleep. I want to change my testimony to include that statement. Alright, I'll run an update. Okay, after my performance... Boy, what? You do not withhold such an important piece of evidence? Yeah. Why? That hides something that he doesn't want me to know. Called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. Something seemed off, so I rushed over to him. Why the anger?
Got it!
Wendo, I noticed something funny in your emotions again. Funny, you say? I guess an entertainer of my caliber can make people laugh, even with my emotions. I didn't mean that kind of funny. Quite the opposite, actually. When you entered the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I want to know is, what made you feel angry all of a sudden? What? Let's see. Oh, yeah, now I remember. As I was going in, I whacked my little piggy on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness. What a lame excuse. Wait, you mean you stubbed your pinky toe? Just a little bump on my little piggy. No big deal, it's embarrassing, really. Sounds more like he's hiding something. I'd better dig a bit deeper. No need to be embarrassed, Wendo. But I'm afraid it's something we need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stubbed your toe on. In the area around the dressing room door in this picture. But maybe there was something there at the time. Wendo, what exactly did you stub your toe on? What an irrelevant question. You dishonor the soul of the victim with these unnecessary delays. You tell her, really, who doesn't stub their toe every once in a while? You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this? Well, the thing is... even the most subtle of fluctuations in a person's psyche can clue us into the truth. That's why it's important to get to the bottom of this question. Very good thing that there's flour all over the floor. Yeah, what a mess actually. Is there really no trace left of what Windows stubbed this toe on by the door? What in the world might have been there then, but is not there now? The TV is not plugged in. Could the TV have been somewhere else? But it almost looks like it was dragged, actually. Yeah, the flower is disturbed by the TV being dragged over to that corner. And that was a hint, Monica. What in the world might have been there then, but is not there now? Well, the TV.
Take that!
Please take a good look at this photo of the crime scene. Do you see it? This long track that goes from the door all the way across the room? Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something getting dragged. And the drag mark ends there at the TV. I didn't even think about that. What do you didn't mean it, but it actually proved to be a hint. But actually, I only noticed the drag marks after I noticed that that the TV was not plugged in. That only confirmed it for me. This implies that the TV was originally by the door. I'm convinced that this TV is the object the witness stubbed his toe on. Red window, how about it? Yes, you're right, it was the TV. There's still some noise left, though. The noise level dropped again. Yes, I stubbed my pinky toe on the TV. But what of it? Why is this so important to you? So the noise went down. But it hasn't completely disappeared yet, which means he's still hiding something. Okay, then let's try this tactic instead. Wendell, why was the TV moved there? Shisho must have moved it so he could watch the routine. What a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged. I think I know. It's so that people outside would hear it, so as to make people outside think that he was still alive when he was already dead. I mean, why else would you put the TV right by the door like that? It's the only way to explain it, in my opinion. And it was still on when he entered, maybe? Is that it? I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged. Okay. Performances on stage can be viewed in the dressing room using that TV. That's right, it's a closed-circuit monitor that shows the stage. Crime scene report updated in the court record. I see. Now what? I can't find anything else out of place. And I still haven't gotten the noise level down to 0 yet. Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy. This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother. Sorry? I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here, but if that's what it takes to save the soba shop, because that's all he can think of, his stomach. Hoi, Wendo, but could it really have been plugged in? I think, yeah, you mean plugged in. If there was another wall outlet close by the door, maybe. But this might be something that we need to prove, though. Is that on the thing here? Well, no, there's not enough detail. Maybe a picture. There was another wall outlet right there, so it could have been plugged in, I guess. If it was plugged in here. And it was right there before. Yeah, it's plausible, I guess. Good thing we have the pictures, actually, to clear that up. Okay, the victim was making soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room is covered in soba flour. There are 2 drink cans in the fridge. The TV can be used to monitor the stage from the dressing room. Okay. 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 Here's a curiosity for you. This table, Master Tornado, is slumped over. Looks like it was moved. Well, it looks, by the looks of it, from the drag marks in the flour, that the TV knocked the table on the way as he was pushing it or dragging it. How about that? Did you happen to bump into it while you were moving the TV back? That's exactly what it looks like. Oh my, yes, you're right. The TV hit the table and Shisho's body moved with a jolt. That's when I first realized that Shisho was dead. Oh, but how scared I was. I see, thank you. We're finally getting a more precise picture of how the body was discovered. But I'd wager you need to put the spurs on the window just a trifle longer. I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this. It's time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own. Linda, what you said just now about discovering your master's death. Could you please describe all of that again for the court in detail? Alright. But before you do, let me just plug in the latest information. Okay. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. Yeah, I can't use the controller here. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. So he stubbed his spinky toe on the TV. Why was the TV turned towards the door? If it really was like that at the time, that's super suspicious. Stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back in its normal spot, I realized that Shisha was dead. Seeing him slumped over that cluttered table. That emotion is quite strong.
Got it.
That's odd. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again. What was it that surprised you, Window, besides your master's death? What do you mean? What's more, you were even more surprised the second time than the first. What could have surprised you more than finding your late master? Search me, your little thingy must have made a mistake.
Silence.
The girl is as sharp as a trout, to be sure. Is that a compliment? But her ability to hear people's emotions is absolute. Yeah, that was not a compliment back there. Now, get to remembering, Window. What was it that surprised you? That was a compliment, right? No. No. Well, Oh, he's back to 100% noise level now. Now we've pushed him too hard and now he's mentally all over the place. His emotions are completely out of control. Out of control? Care to explain how that's relevant? You know how normally I listen for the hidden emotions in a witness's voice, right? From there I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and those emotions, but sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get a proper reading. So that's how your Matrix program works. Fascinating. Well, the latter half was a compliment. Ordinarily, it's just one emotion that runs out of control, but it seems there's nothing ordinary about this time. Okay, now he's super angry. Yes? What, I can't do... wait. I called to him from outside of the room. Second half, wait. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. I tried to enter the dressing room, but stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back in its normal spot, I realized that Shisha was dead. I knew it. What's got your knickers all in a bunch now? Uendo has multiple emotions running out of control at the same time. I've never seen anything like this. So how does one bring a situation like this back under control? I'll have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before I can treat him. Okay, it wasn't wrong, just it's latter, not ladder. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's autocorrect. Again, maybe. Then I can tap probe to dive in further. I need to point to what I think is the root cause and touch probe again. Through this process, I can identify exactly what's causing Uendo so much distress. And that will help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we? I just noticed and remembered he has that feather in his mouth. Well, he had that hawk or eagle with him before when he was prosecuting. Where's the bird now? He still has the feather, but where's the bird? Alright, I can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot. Time to look for the root cause of Uendo's rampaging emotions. That. Sadly, no, just me having never actually had to write it before. Ah, okay. The latter. I get it now. The cards were the root of it all. Don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The dying message that was left at the scene of the crime. He understands it, and that's why he was surprised like that. Is what was causing your distress. Why? Because your real name is Owen? And if the dying message was the cause of all those feelings, then that means the phrase Owen Forth must mean something to you. Cornered! Bye-bye. There, noise level 0, finally. Satura! The dying message consists of 2 words, Owen and Forth. But neither of these 2 words have anything to do with this witness. You don't know that! This topic warrants no further argument. Sure, there may not seem to be any direct connection between Uendo and the message. For now, but why don't you wait and decide what's necessary after you hear my theory? I trust you've hit upon something, Athena. Okay. Yep, if my theory's right, we can finally solve the case of Uendo and the mysterious Owen Forth. Okay, well, go on then. I can already tell this promises to be interesting. Now please share your theory with the court, Miss Sykes. There was something puzzling to me about Uendo's out-of-control emotions just now. Namely that there were 3 distinct reactions present. I had never seen that before and I wondered how it could be possible. Is there a conclusion to this meandering musing of yours? Hold your horses, I'm getting there. So could a person flip between 3 distinct emotions of such intensity like a switch? In the end, I concluded that it just wasn't possible. So that's it, is it? A bit unconventional, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Within the realm of psychology? I'm afraid you'll have to explain it for the old man up here on the bench. Your Honor, my theory is that Uendo has multiple personalities. This is where it's going, isn't it? With so many distinct personas, it's clear to me that Uendo has dissociative identity disorder. No. These days you have to say he is plural. Because it's a thing, apparently. And it's perfectly normal. Yep, this is the first for this game, I believe. Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial as a child's jest. Multiple personality disorder. A preposterous proposition indeed. Would you not agree, witness? How did she know? How did she figure it out? Okay. You just confirmed it. Polkunka. I can't believe it. I did it, Simon. I've read papers on it before, but to think I'd see a case of it for myself. Idiot. Blimey. Rakugo artists tell stories as different characters but as different personalities. Hey, you, lawyer girl. You got a problem with us, huh? No, no problem at all. This is all very hard to believe, but now that we've established that the witness has multiple personalities, could each of them please introduce themselves to this court? Uendo Tornado, I'm a Rakugo storyteller, as you know. Hello everybody, Patches, the friendly jester here, hee. Kisegawa, courtesan. And is that all of you? Yes, that's all of us. So there are 3 personalities in total, Uendo, Patches, and Kisegawa, huh? Well, Simon, what do you think now? That you're one lucky duck. Just be glad they were dense enough to help you out. Can't you just straight up say I did great for a change? Well, no, you were lucky that they were idiotic. You appear to be quite proud of your self-defense, but all you have done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness. I couldn't disagree more, prosecutor. Now that we know there are 3 personalities, a new way for us to interpret the meaning of a certain piece of evidence has arisen. A new interpretation? Ooh, now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you're talking about, Miss Sykes? Knowing what we know about Uendo and his personalities, this now makes perfect sense. Owen is the 4th personality? That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Owen 4th could have possibly meant. But now with this new information about Uendo and his personalities, isn't it possible that Owen 4th actually means a secret 4th personality of Uendo's, a personality named Owen? What? Polkunka! Uendo must have kept his dissociative identity disorder from us because it didn't want to be associated in any way with that dying message. No, that's not why. We kept our disorder a secret for a different reason altogether. We've been taking advantage of our affliction to act out various Rakugo characters. If word of this got out, well, our reputation as a Rakugo artist would be tarnished, as would the Tornado name. That's why we kept it a secret from everyone except members of the Tornado School. But really, there is no 4th personality, it's just the 3 of us in here. A plausible enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it? But I will concede that it is highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards. Is Prosecutor Sanmari actually agreeing with us? However, it is not also possible that the accused killed Master Tornado. And then left that message in order to frame the witness. And upon noticing the cards when he found the victim's body, Uendo rearranged them. A fantastic tale, but a tale nonetheless. No one outside the Tornado School knew about Uendo's multiple personalities. Uendo just finished saying so himself. That is true, but ultimately meaningless. That is a true, but ultimately meaningless point. The witness was only in the dressing room for 2 to 3 minutes. That's far too little to commit murder, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Objection! Then who's to say he couldn't have done it before his discovery? That spring chick memory of yours. Hope you already forgotten Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Simon's testimony. Oh. It's what he heard, it's not what he saw. Geiru escorting me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. They heard the TV! Damn it! That's right. Until just a few moments before Uendo entered the dressing room, Taifu Tornado was confirmed to still be alive. No! No. Not only that, but Uendo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. A bulletproof alibi that I've already confirmed with several audience members. Oh no! I also heard that his Rakugo performance that day was a steaming pile of... Well, you get the picture. Yes, I'm afraid so. Really stunk up the stage I did. And yet I have a perfect alibi. Indeed, why not land the coup de grace on the defense by describing your alibi, witness? Coup de grace. Okie dokie, Smokey. Witness testimony. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. Uendo was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed this crime. It is time to let it all go, defense, and move on. Well, get this, Prosecutor Sanmari. The Right Anything Agency never gives up. We fight to the bitter end. Allow me to say this once more. Let it go and move on. And allow me to say once more, I'm never giving up. Let it go and never. This is pointless. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could, you foolish child. Your worthless convictions only serve to prolong the accused's suffering. If words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will. No! Hey! Oh no! Anything but this! No. Eek! Is that allowed in a court of law? What's the big idea, Prosecutor Sanmari? Yeah, you sad monk. That was but a small dose of punishment for your misguided convictions. Are you now a bit more inclined to give up as instructed? As if... In that case, you must require another dose. No bloody likely. Not bloody likely. I don't give two flips about your beliefs. But if Sykes Dono were to submit to you here, I won't be able to eat good soba anymore. That's right. For Mr. Wet's future and Prosecutor Blackwell's stomach, I will never give up. You will rue those words, defense. Of that I can assure you. Blackwell brought a hawk and he uses a feather as swiftly as a blade. Yeah. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. Ah, yeah, I need to use a mouse here. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge bust. Yeah, why was it? Why was it such a bust? Do you have any idea what went wrong? Was he already flustered or something? I'm not sure if it was my performance or if it was just that particular audience, or maybe it was the story I picked. But every entertainer knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense. Still, I wonder how he could have flopped at his own commemorative show. Maybe I should dig into things a bit more. That reminds me of a hidden camera prank I saw once, where they had this performer on stage, a stand-up comedy performer, and they had the whole audience in on it, on the hidden camera prank. No one was laughing at the show, and in the end, the guy was just about to leave the stage after like half an hour of nobody laughing at his jokes. And then eventually they called him back to the stage like, wait, it was a hidden camera prank, but they got him good though. And it was huge because no one was laughing at all. And that was really uncomfortable for the dude. The number of audience members, what Uendo performed. What Uendo performed? Could you tell me which Rakugo story you performed? I could, but I'm not sure if it would mean anything to the uninitiated. Well, even if I might not get it, can't you at least try me? Alright, if you insist. The story I performed is called Tokisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Time Soba. Von Karma had a whip. Godo threw hot coffee at people. Yeah, violence in the court is not exactly rare, I guess, in these games. What else was there? Well, yeah, the whip, indeed, yeah. Trying to think of other prosecutors, but... I can't think of any other, actually. You may have already pointed them all out. Because there's nothing else I can think of right now. Sebastian hurt himself. Who's Sebastian again? What game was that? Sebastian? I'll look up on my phone. Sebastian. If I don't see his face, that might be a bit hard for me to remember. Sebastian. Phoenix Wright. Sebastian the best? Even with the name. How did he hurt himself again? Yeah, now that I see him, I can sort of remember. Yeah, no. I don't recall in which circumstance he hurts himself. But yeah, now that I see his face, yeah, I do remember him, but not the circumstances, I'm afraid. Anyway, maybe Wendo's right. He's only said the name of the routine, and I'm already lost. So you performed Time Soba, did you? What, you know it, Prosecutor Sanmari? In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. I must say, defense, you would do well to prepare better for your next trial. She was called in at the last minute. Simon, what's Time Soba about? Look it up yourself. Allow me to give an overview. The story takes place on the winter's night. A man orders a bowl of soba at a street stall. How you doing, sir? I see you got seaweed, topped hanamaki soba and mixed topping shippuku. I'll have a bowl of shippuku, my good man. It sure is cold, but there's nothing like a hot bowl of noodles and soup to warm the soul. You know it, sir. One shippuku coming right up. So how's business? Not so great, sir. Is that so? Well, that's great, because things can only get better from here, right? Wow, prosecutor. The customer talks on and on like this. He has a conductor's staff, and when he's taken aback, he bends it, and when Edgeworth hits him with another good argument, he lets go and hurts himself. Ah! Okay. Okay, thank you, Monica. Finally, when he is done eating, he goes on to pay for his soba. So, how much do I owe you? That'll be 16 mon, sir. I see. Sorry, but I only have small change. I'll count the coins into your palm. So could you hold out your hands for me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, what time is it? It's 9, sir. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Thanks, and bye. Very well done, Prosecutor Sanmari. That was excellent. I don't get it. What was so funny about that? Don't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them out one by one. Then just after counting 8, he asked about the time. And the soba vendor answered with 9. Oh, now I get it. He made the vendor say 9, and then he continued counting from 10. Exactly, he cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his smooth talking. The story continues with another man who saw the whole thing and tries to do the same. But he bungles the trick and ends up paying more than 16 mon for his soba. story ends on that as the punchline. You can look up the rest of the details yourself. Or I'm sure Prosecutor Sad Monk over there would love to perform it for you after court. So basically it's a story about a man cheating on his soba bill. That's kind of petty, isn't it? Is that really all you have to say about this classic story? It's not... Don't find it super funny myself either, but I'm not exactly rolling on the floor laughing. I'm not exactly rough, lol. Fine, so you studied a lot. But we haven't the time for a lecture detour right now, Prosecutor Sad Monk. Oh, I wanted to hear a little more, but I suppose it is off topic. Getting back to the matter at hand, Miss Sykes, the witness stated that the story I performed is called Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Would you like to add the statement to his testimony? Should I have that statement added to the testimony? Yeah, have it added, I guess. But yeah, so far I think only 4 prosecutors have weapons in court. Very well. The story I performed is called Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Well, if you count a cup of coffee as a weapon anyway. Hold on a second. No, never mind. Okay. That's why it's weapons. Prayer beads. Prayer beads aren't exactly a weapon either. Because I was thinking something about a sword. Yeah, there was Kazuma Asogi, and then Ryunosuke, after him, carry a sword in court in the Great Ace Attorney. But then that was in a different time period, so I guess weapons in court might have been like more common, I guess, back then. The story I performed is called Toki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Okay, excuse me. Nor is a feather for that matter, but well, they all utilize it differently, yeah. Inside the envelope was a ticket to the show and a letter from the victim. The letter contained a simple greeting and a rundown of the show's program. Geiru was to perform a balloon act, then Uendo was to do his soba gluten routine, and finally Master Tornado was to perform his time soba routine. Yeah, so that's not what he was supposed to perform. Uendo, isn't there something odd about the routine you performed? Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it. But that's exactly what I find odd, the fact that you don't think it's odd. Objection. We are discussing the witness's alibi at the moment, defense. The show's program is completely irrelevant. Objection. Oh, you think so? That's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sanmati. The reason being, it contradicts the statement the witness just made. Uendo, do you know what this is? No, what is it? This is an invitation to the show sent from Master Tornado to Prosecutor Blackquill. Included in the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states that Time Soba was to be performed by Master Tornado himself. Right, of course, Blackquill uses his feather as a sword, kinda. He slashes things swiftly enough like a sword. He is supposed to be like a samurai after all. I guess, yeah, the way he throws it turns the feather into some kind of throwing blade or something. Yeah. It's a throwing weapon, I suppose. In a way. No! Uendo, why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do? Well, you see, the reason for that is... Right, a throwing blade, not a sword. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. I mean, assuming throwing blades are a thing. But I guess, yeah, kunai are like throwing swords, like tiny blades in medieval Japan. If you look up kunai, Kunai, they are throwing weapons and they're blades. So yeah, I guess that exists. You see, the reason for that is, how do I say this? You see, let's say it was a prank. That's right, it was just a little joke, you see. I was trying to surprise Shisho by performing his routine before he did. But in the... It's a knife. Throwing knives, yeah, okay. I don't know if I buy that. Was doing the victim's routine really just for laughs, or... Hey, didn't Simon happen to hear a time soba coming from the dressing room? That's what I was getting at, yeah, I thought that's what he said indeed. During Uendo's performance on stage. It seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be? What's the matter? You look like a hen with a dozen eggs to lay. Stop comparing me to birds. Then seize this bird brain timidity. If something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. What do you have there? A knife? No. It's a feather. Okay. I don't have a ton of confidence in this theory, but here goes. It looks like Uendo's alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail about this case. Are you referring to the soba bill the man tried to skim on in the witness story? I'm not talking about the Rakugo story, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, but then what are you talking about, Miss Sykes? Concentrate! What Uendo may have been trying to deceive us about was the time of the victim's death? Yeah. With the TV, Uendo tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death. What? Eek!
Objection.
What gibberish. Prosecutor Blackwood even testified to the time of the victim's death. I know, but he only testified that way because he and Geiru had been completely taken in. Okay, what's that, Monica? Excuse me. Just gonna check.
And let me see what you have. No! And let me see what you have. No!
She almost sounds like she's laughing about it.
How's pizza sound for dinner?
Excuse me. It went over to another video. Is that something very well known, Monica? Because I don't know about it. I love that clip so much. Would you please forget about the story for a second, Your Honor? I was deceived. Pray tell, how did Uendo manage to deceive two people while he was performing on stage? That's easy, all he had to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room. Oh, and what might that be? Do I have to point at everything? It's quite known, I believe. I've never seen it before. Myself. This TV was used to view what was happening on the stage. Prosecutor Blackwell, when you came to the dressing room, what was Uendo doing? He was performing time soba. Blast! Could it be? Big YouTubers have reacted to it in Try Not to Laugh, so I would think it's well known. Ah, okay. I guess I don't watch enough of these, I'm afraid. Yes, it could, and it was. What you and Gaidu heard was not Master Tornado practicing his routine. It was Wendo's performance as heard through this TV monitor speakers. What? With the TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room, it could easily be heard from the hallway outside. And because we knew that Master Tornado was scheduled to perform Time Soba, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time rehearsing. Yes, your knowledge of the day's program is why the two of you could be fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you hear belong to Master Tornado? With the doors in the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to. But because I heard Time Soba, I just assumed it was Master Tornado. I can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game. All of that is mere conjecture. Where is your proof, defense? Uendo moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door, because then someone might figure out the trick had been playing. And there's one more thing about Uendo's actions that's suspicious. And that is the fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion. What's so suspicious about that? Even pros slip up once in a while, you know. It could have been anybody. But I believe that this time it was intentional. Because Uendo knew it would be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room. Ah. Oh my, yipes! It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice Prosecutor Blackwell and Gaidu heard was due to Uendo's scheming, then the victim's time of death could have been earlier than 4 p.m. In other words, Uendo could have killed Master Tornado himself. We've got you by the stones now, Uendo. Oh, we've got you by the stones, he says. So you'd better confess everything. That must be painful. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? We demand an explanation. Uendo. Yeah, I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. Is it the defense's claim that Uendo Tornado is the true murderer in this case? If he tampered with the crime scene, then we have to at least consider him a suspect. Now wait just 1 minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? I refuse to answer that question. What? If you suspect this witness, then I have a question for you. What could it be this time? Uendo has absolutely no reason to murder Typhoon Tornado. After all, why would Uendo kill the man who recognized his skills and promoted him? Because he knew of his fourth personality? Oh, well, his motive was, I can't think of a single thing. It appears you are also not aware of one other fact. And that is that the accused visited the dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. Is it not natural then to suppose that the accused killed the victim at that time? What? Nobody told me Mr. Wet had also gone there before 4 p.m. We were only discussing the time frame after 4 p.m., so I didn't think to mention it. But now that you have made the time period before 4 p.m. relevant... Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. So you really do not know what your client was doing during that time frame, do you? Well, it was all very sudden and, why did you wait until the very last second to contact me, Simon? Don't you give me that look. And just so you know, Bucky never told me he had visited the Master before 4 p.m. either. This sort of thing is exactly why that prosecutor keeps calling us unprepared. Nayuta's eyes are so captivating. He's that kind of guy, isn't he? The defense will stop squabbling this instant. Sorry, Your Honor. Prosecutor Sadmati, please continue. Thank you, Your Honor. Defense, you know of the soba-making implements in the dressing room, correct? Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles? You speak of the large bowl that is used to mix buckwheat flour and water? The long rolling pin and the special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles? You're a total simp for Nayuta? So you are. Precisely, these tools all came from the accused soba shop. You mean that they don't belong to Master Tornado? Mr. Wet had visited the dressing room to give the victim a soba-making lesson. And that visit was before 4 p.m. I'm afraid that after the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles, he committed the act of murder. But wait, that doesn't add up. If Mr. Wet killed the victim before 4 p.m., why would he return to that room at a later time? Chilled soba, $6.80. What soba, your kit and caboodle when it comes to noodles? Oh my. I am Miss Chickadee, ASIME. The reason I went back is because Master Tornado ordered uncooked noodles. Mr. What? Yesterday I brought noodle-making tools to the dressing room at around 2 p.m. That's when Master Tornado ordered uncooked soba noodles to stock up on. Actually, I did make noodles today. Ramen, as it were. They were pretty good. Uncooked noodles to stock up on. Yes, ma'am. Master Tornado kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop in his fridge. He only had one serving left, so I went back to my shop to get some more. One serving of noodles in the fridge, but I thought the fridge was practically empty. Anyway, the whereabouts of the missing noodles isn't all that important now. You ran into me and Geiru when you came back to deliver the uncooked soba, correct? That's right, Shiny. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. I wanted to try it, but it's hard to find the right kind of noodles. Well, they were easy to make noodles. It was not like a super complicated thing to make. Just fried some meat and add it with the noodles, and that was it. That's right, Simey. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. The Nissin brand are usually pretty good. At least I like it. And you know what? He ignored me when I called to him from thinner doorway. He just kept mumbling Rakugo lines for ages, so I got mad and went back to my soba shop. So that's why you got mad. I'll have to look out for it. Nissin is a Nissin. I know they have them in Germany as well. And as a matter of fact, they have way more flavors to choose from in Germany than we do in Belgium. But they're usually not all that expensive, and they're among the best that I know. So, as far as instant noodles go, they're not cup noodles though, although they may exist as cup noodles as well. But the kind I choose to buy are not cup noodles though. Because cup noodles tend to be more expensive for the same kind of quantity. So, usually I will just choose the kind that you kind of have to prepare a bit more, I suppose. So that's why you got mad. If what he's saying is true, then there is no way he could be the murderer. I swear I'm telling the truth, Miss Chica. I've heard of the brand before. I think it's pretty well known anyway. I think it's pretty widespread. Bailiff, quick, get this man to the infirmary. Well, I dare say he's quite the handful. Your Honor, please accept the statements Mr. Wet made just now into evidence. I believe the accused's statements about going to the room at around 2 p.m. is true, for it falls within the victim's estimated time of death. That opens up the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4 p.m. That's some critical information. Yes, Your Honor, but other than that one point, Mr. Wet's statement are dubious and without proof. But they are the words of the defendant himself. Simon, back me up here. He has a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. While I understand the defense's feelings on the matter, this court is unable to accept anything other than the time the defendant made his visit. Now what do? I trust you have no further objections, defense. At last the time has come to send the soul of the victim onward to the Twilight Realm.
Silence!
Silence! What are you yammering on about, Prosecutor Sadmonk? We still have something we need to question Uendo about. We do? Like what? Well, don't just stand there. But we don't have any evidence left to present. Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness you have yet to question? A hidden witness? Oh, that's right. Owen, it's actually quite handy having a prosecutor on your side. He can say what he would point out. Oh, and what is this bit of unfinished business? We haven't finished discussing this issue related to Uendo. Owen. Excuse me, I must use the restroom. I'll be right back. No sound? Why did I turn off the sound? Okay. As I was saying, this is the brand of noodles that I buy. Well, but because the package is green, I can't really show it very well because of the green screen. Anyway. Thank you for pointing out that there's no sound, because otherwise I might have talked for like hours without realizing that something was amiss. I told you we don't know anything about this Owen. Look, Window, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but this Owen may have one for all we know. Come clean now, Window. You've got another personality stashed away, haven't you? Please tell us everything you know about Owen. He has the right to not say something that might incriminate him, though. And unless he's willing to talk about it. But he's idiotic enough that he might, I suppose. That's enough. The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Owen character. Bravo! You tell him, Mr. Prosecutor, hee hee. It took me a second to realize you were back since there was no sound. Ah! Yeah, okay. Took me a second to realize you were back. Yeah, okay. I already read that. Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Owen when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, however, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor witness. You will be tainted with his evil. Do you have any idea how dark and cold a prison cell is? Because he knows. I exercise my right to remain silent. What's this now? Changing horses in midstream, are you? Shut up! I will remain silent and that's it. Patches, you fool, you stay out of this. Ha ha ha. Patches is not the brightest bulb in that box you call a noggin, is he? The fact that he switched from I don't know any Owen to I will remain silent is proof that he does know about Owen. There it is again, Simon's formidable psychological manipulation tactic. I'm sure glad he's on my side today. Although that cannot be... I was reading about that earlier. That cannot... The right to remain silent thing cannot be used as proof of guilt against someone. Or something like that. And actually, I think it might have come up in a previous case in Phoenix Wright, as a matter of fact. The fact that the right to remain silent cannot be used as proof of guilt. I seem to recall something to that effect, but I'm not sure now. Or maybe it's something I heard somewhere else, and I'm just having this confused with the Phoenix Wright game or something. You dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor, you were leading the witness. Witness, there is no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning.
Objection!
Your Honor, Uendo is definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question this witness about the existence of Owen. I suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Owen for us. Very well, I will allow the defense to proceed. Polkunka. Witness testimony about Owen. I've never met any personality named Owen. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, so we'd definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. How dare you treat me like a criminal based on mere conjecture? Wow, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of 3 personalities? Unless you can prove the existence of Owen here, it's all over. You'd best screw your courage to the sticking place and attack their testimony head-on. Alright, I will. Just stop piling the pressure on me. I have to draw out some info. Anything to drag Owen out into the open. I've never met any personality named Owen. Well, no, you would not have met him if he's part of you. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, so we definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. Is that true? But what if for some reason you three were unconscious at the time of the incident? If the three of you weren't alert and aware, what would happen? What would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean. I mean, you three share the same memories, right? But what if Owen is what if he has memories separate from yours? Maybe Owen emerges when the three of you are unaware or unconscious. Instead of speaking as if this fourth personality is a foregone conclusion, I suggest you prove his existence first. Well, we've already seen 3 personalities, a fourth wouldn't be a stretch. You dishonor the victim and this court by jumping to such conclusions without proof. Have you ever heard these old sayings? Prosecutor said, Maddie, what happens twice will happen thrice. If you see 1, there are likely 30 in your home. I'm basing my theory on such premises. Comparing us to cockroaches, do we bug you that much, girly? But how do you intend to prove it? How will you prove that all 3 personalities became unconscious, as you say? Unless you can do that, all of this is talk. All of this talk is merely empty speculation. Well, don't be so timid. If you don't have it, then find it. Look for something that could render Uendo and the others unconscious. Simon's right, I can't back down now. For my client, Mr. Wet, I have to. Wait, Mr. Wet? Let me rush. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rush. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. He's blacked out. Mr. Wet falling unconscious. Wait a minute, I think I got it. If he was drunk... Miss Sykes, do you have proof to back up your theory? I may have... Yes, Your Honor, I do. The proof is right here in this crime photo. It is? In that case, please point out what supports your theory. Yeah, there were 2 glasses even, so he was drinking with someone. Like this.
Take that!
This is probably what made Uendo lose consciousness. Ah, yes, the sake. And isn't it just like Master Tornado to pick a fine brand like Camelo? Sake? Oh, you mean rice wine. Oh, please, don't call it rice wine. That's so unsophisticated, and it's not even wine. Silly girl. I must agree, you need to become more cultured, Athena. Tomato, tomato. It's made of rice, and people get drunk from drinking it, right? It's called sake. End of story. Fine, sake it is then. Yay, caramba, everybody's so touchy about these things. Ay, caramba. I recall Master Tornado would often have a drink or 2 before performing. He said it made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of the stuff can make one lose consciousness, though, of course. Especially if you're not used to it. And look, there were 2 glasses on the table. Uendo, I believe your master offered you some sake. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. That's when your 4th personality, Owen, emerged. I drank sake? Oh, that's a good one. We have a real sweet tooth, you see, so yes, we did accept a sugary red bean bun. But since we really dislike sake, we said no. Thank you to that. Believe it or not, we're real weak when it comes to booze. Even a tiny drop can knock us right out. So you see, I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. Maybe there was sake in the bun. What? But that can't be right. The defense demands that the glasses be examined right away. You amateur, did you really think I had not already done so? Your foolishness is beyond the pale. Don't tell me. There was no trace of the witness having touched either of the glasses naturally. Right, of course. Miss Sykes, would you like the witness's statement added to his testimony? Yes, please, Your Honor. Okay, excuse me, very well. I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. Well, those are the manju. They have a camel on it, so they're the same brand. There is alcohol in them. And then... Ah, yes, this comes from the wrapping of the manju buns. Okay. I want that kind of handwriting. What? Like this? Let me see it again. Resting, do not disturb. What, that? Like this? I actually write kind of like that myself. Probably not as neat though. Maybe a bit messier. I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. It's quite pretty, but you can't read it. Like, when I write something down, it's usually not in cursive. Although I did first learn to write in cursive and wrote in cursive until like my late teens, but since then I kind of switched over to that kind of writing, I guess. Mine is similar, but not quite there. Ah, okay. I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. But you did. I guess if I have to present something, it's this.
Objection!
If not, it would have been the picture, I guess. This shows what most likely made Wendo lose consciousness. That note. Are you feeling lightheaded, child, or perhaps a bit peckish? I am a bit peckish, actually. I'm not hungry and my head feels just fine, thank you very much. Look at the paper this note is written on. Isn't there something familiar about it? What exactly is your point, Defense? This faint design here reminds me of the paper from the manju box. Yep, it's a piece of the wrapping paper on the box of manju buns by the victim on the floor. Even though you may not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bun, right? Well, yes, that's right. I don't know if you are aware of it or not, Uendo, but I believe the manju you ate caused you to fall unconscious. The bean bun, but how? Because those buns contain the secret ingredient. A very punchy secret ingredient at that. A punchy secret ingredient? Yes. The design on the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room, the bottle of sake. The camel pattern, it's the same as the one for camel brand sake. So just as Uendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se. But he did eat some. Impossible! Uendo had a camel brand red bean bun. And he said so himself now. He spoke too much. He did say that this renders him unconscious. Knocks him right out. Which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients. So the defense is claiming that Uendo passed out after consuming a camel sweet bun, which allowed a fourth personality named Owen to emerge. Is that correct? Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly what I'm claiming. But there's one thing that bothers me. Wouldn't the alcoholic content of the buns evaporate as they are steamed? In order to give them a stronger flavor, some manju are specially made to retain as much of their alcoholic content as possible. What kind of lightweight do you think I am? Even I wouldn't pass out from eating a simple manju. That's not what you said before. Then how about we test that theory? What do you say, Your Honor? Seeing is believing, as they say. Very well, I will allow a test. Thanks, Your Honor. Simon, go buy us some camel manju on the double. And don't forget to get me one too, okay? Why must I? And while you're at it, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will get one for me as well. I'm not the courthouse stable boy, you know. Ah, there's the bird. Just this one's I'll acquiesce. Taka, I'm counting on you. He sends the bird shopping. And all of you had better pay me back. Oh, but I thought it would be your treat, Prosecutor Blackquill. What a shame. Now then, let us adjourn until the manju arrive by Carrier Hawk. Carrier Hawk. Court will reconvene as soon as Taka returns. Ah, Taka. That's the name of the bird. To be continued. Okay. I hope we can finish this case today. That'd be nice. District Court. Courtroom number 4. Well, now that the sweet buns have arrived, this court is back in session. Go on, Window. Eat up. Chum chew. Nice flavor. You can really taste the sake. That was delicious. Yes, a unique sweetness and the faint aroma of sake. Stop talking about food, damn it! I hardly think that anyone could pass out from eating something like this. Oh yeah? Watch. What's the matter, Uendo? You're not afraid of a tiny manju, are you? Or are you scared of how many calories it has? Don't be ridiculous. A sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly... I mean, it could never... Eat! Less bleating, more eating, witness. Fine, whatever. See, I told you, it don't affect me in the slightest. We might be a lightweight, but come on, nobody is that light. Seriously, nobody gets drunk off of one little bun. Okay, that's it. Ah, there he is. Owen, is that you? That's someone else. It looks like it worked. Oh my. Witness, please tell the court your name and occupation. Oh. Oh. My name is Owen. I'm 5. You're 5 years old? Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me. Oh. So he's Window's 4th personality. I'd hardly think a child like him could have a motive to murder the victim. And even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? That's a very good point. Owen does appear to be very timid and weak. Oh. It seems the defense was hoping this hidden personality would be the real killer, but now that he is standing here before us, it is clear that none of Uendo's personalities can be the killer. Eek! Where can I even go from here? Shisho. Owen, do you know something about what happened to your master? Come on, buddy. Won't you tell Auntie Athena what happened? Athena Onei-chan. Wow, what a scary lady. I'm not scary. Look at Auntie's big smile. Tell me about your master, please. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Okay. Shisho was super nice. He always played with me. Just like your real grandpa. I loved Shisho. Athena, do you sense anything behind his words? I sense a sadness so pure it's heart-rending, but no discord. Prosecutor Sadmati is right. Owen isn't the killer. But then don't you find it odd? Find what odd? Let's review what we've learned so far. Uendo rearranged the Karuta cards to pin the blame on Bucky. Well, that's because the original message implicated Owen, but Owen is only 5 years old and absolutely adores Master Tornado. Exactly, the other three personalities also have no motive for murder. If Owen isn't the true culprit, then the person who first laid out the cards probably wouldn't have been Master Tornado. So then, who did it? Defense. Did the appearance of Owen help you figure something out? Anything out? Yes, Your Honor, and I now know who it was that first laid out the Karuta cards. But I thought it was the victim, right? No, Your Honor, I don't believe it was. The one who first arranged the Karuta cards on the table was none other than the true killer. I believe the person who laid the cards out is the very person who killed Taifu Tornado. How quickly you move on to a new target when your Owen theory proves false. You, Polkunan. I don't know what a Polkunan is, but I know I am definitely not one. How can you, if you don't know what it is? And before you start with the sermons, why don't you hear me out? Yes, let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. But if you are bluffing, I won't go easy on you. I understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Who did the Karuta card's name when the scene was discovered? What, number 4? I believe they implicated the defendant's Bucky Wet. That's right, but we then found out that the message originally read Owen 4th. Which implicated the young boy Owen. Exactly, and the person who rearranged the cards was undoubtedly Uendo. Uendo may have kept silent, but we can be sure he already knew his master was dead. He's tampering with the crime scene using the TV, but all but proves it. I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. The reason Uendo rearranged the Karuta cards and moved the TV was because he saw the Owen 4th message and was convinced Owen had committed the crime. Right on, Prosecutor Blackwell. It would seem that Owen and the other three personalities don't share the same memories. But really, there is no 4th personality. It's just the 3 of us in here. Uendo feared that Owen had killed Master Tornado, so he tried to hide Owen from us. Oh. But it turns out Owen is but a 5-year-old child, incapable of hurting a fly, let alone his beloved master. So naturally, the culprit must be somebody else. And this somebody else, the true killer, tried to pin the crime on Owen. I see. That does make sense. But it must have been someone... It must have been someone who knew of Owen's existence then. This is naught but conjecture, composed of half-truth and fantasy. Who then do you maintain murdered the victim? I believe Owen might know something about that. I refuse to allow such impromptu testimony, and from a 5-year-old no less. Such a young child is incapable of producing anything coherent. But your desperation is disgraceful. You should realize when it is time to let it go. And I saw it. I saw Shisho getting... Owen, you do know something, don't you? Yeah. Oh my, is this true? If so, we must have Owen testify immediately. Don't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? It's alright, Owen. Go ahead and tell us what you know. I saw it. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. This is eyewitness testimony from the moment of the murder. Owen, can you tell us anything else about what you saw? I was so scared. Oh, so scared. Time for a therapy session? Owen, his emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have really frightened him. Is he alright? His emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something frightening to him. I recommend the therapy session right away. I see. Yes, please do whatever you can to help the poor boy. Will do, Your Honor. I'd better find the cause of these out-of-control emotions pronto. Oh, excuse me, I got a notification here. Well, hush, hush, hush. Okay. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. But they said that he died of choking or asphyxiation or something. The blood?
Got it!
The blood? Yeah, blood was dripping down onto Shisho's face. Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood in the crime scene photos. Besides, if the victim was standing upright, how could blood drip down onto his face? As I expected, all we managed to obtain from this child is a tale he dreamt up. I guess it's a little weird for blood to drip onto the victim's face if he was standing up. Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something. What do you think, Simon? I don't know. Owen's one confused and upset kid right now, so who knows how accurate his memory is. Maybe it's time for that thing instead. What thing? That thing that you and your cohorts do. What do you call it? Rotate your thinking about? Oh, you mean turn your thinking around? Yes, whatever. It's the same thing either way. No, it isn't! Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? I mean, rotate is... Hey, wait a minute. What? You know what, Simon? In this case, I think rotate just might work perfectly after all. Come again? All I have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. When he saw his master, Owen must have been lying on the floor, pressed flat against the wall doing a handstand. Mm, 90 degrees, she said. So not a handstand. Not pressed flat against the wall, lying on the floor, I guess. Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed his master's murder. What? That's the conclusion I arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees, which means that all of the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees. And... this means Master Tornado was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery. And which mystery is that? The mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It becomes much easier to imagine how that could happen if he was lying down. Like someone bleeding onto Master Tornado from somewhere up above him. I remember now, somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho. Down to 70%. So trying to recall blah, blah, blah. The blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so he likely nicked his attacker as he was fighting back. This means his assailant was injured on their face somewhere, like the forehead perhaps. Assuming the victim and his attacker were face to face then, yes. Okay. So that is what happened. But is there anyone whose forehead is Oh no, because he has a headband, so it could have been there, I guess. And look, he has a band-aid. That's gonna be incriminating for my client. Or what about her? Could it be? Well, it's not him. It's not him at the very least. Yeah, this is not good. I don't like where this is going. But if I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? That injury of Mr. Wetz is conclusive evidence that he committed this murder. Why? It seems you have dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. No, even though I figured out the reason for Owen's out-of-control emotions, all I did was raise further suspicion against my own client. What do I do now? What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing in the towel, are you? But it looks so bad for Bucky. I mean, he had both motive and opportunity. Plus, he has that injury on his forehead. Your Honor, I sense that the defense is finally ready to let it go and move on. Well, Miss Sykes? No! Certainly not. I understand that you don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason. Well, that lawyer did her best, but all the signs point to the defendant's guilt. Well, at least... Maybe it's time she gave up. She tried everything that she could. At least let me finish the therapy session on Owen. I really don't want to back down, but... He's still at 70% noise. Sorry. Athena. Are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence? I wouldn't say that, it's just... Do you remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning? You mean you believe me, ma'am? Of course, no matter what, I believe in you to the very end. Were those just empty words? Of course not, it's just that all the cards are stacked against us. Are you still stuck on that line of thinking? Motive, opportunity, and an injury to his forehead. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Tell me again, who are you to Bucky? I'm his Miss Chickadee lawyer. Then do your duty and believe in him until the very end. I will. Simon's absolutely right. I'm Bucky's lawyer and he's depending on me. He's just shaking her or what? Defense team, please, no fighting in my courtroom. The defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. Prosecutor Blackwell was just giving me a pep talk, that's all. Thank you, Prosecutor. I didn't do it for your sake. I did it for the future of Wet Soba. Yeah, I got it. The defense would like to now continue with Owen's therapy session. Owen, would you be alright with that? Okay. So somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho bleeding from their head. And smooshing something into Shisho's face. That's funny. What is it? I still hear discord in Owen's voice, but I don't sense any inconsistencies between his statements and his emotions. And there don't seem to be any contradictions in his testimony itself either. So that's it, huh? Did you figure something out? Your ability to sense emotions is making you focus too much on his feelings, Athena. But there's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. If you can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence. You should be able to move forward from there. Okay, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. I'll just update the mood matrix with the new information and then we'll be ready to go. So I just need to present some evidence on what Owen is being vague about, huh? What were they smooshing into his face? A bowl? Or something else? Actually, you can see the manju being only half eaten on the table. I didn't know this before.
Objection!
What is it, the bowl? A cushion? Let's put a name to the thing Owen's uncertain of, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spied a murder weapon right here in this crime scene photo. Unfortunately for you, I spy nothing of the sort. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during their investigation either. Or is it the cushion that he is sitting on? Pray tell, where is this murder weapon you see? You don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. This is what the killer pressed into Master Tornado's face. Or the noodles? It's actually so sweet having this Athena and Black Quill moment. Well, knowing how close they are, yeah, that does make it very sweet.
Take that!
Because he is very protective of her. The mystery person that Owen saw pressed soba into the victim's face, thereby suffocating him. It was uncooked! I grow weary of your tasteless jokes. Excuse me. How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate soba? It was uncooked! The noodles would instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face. Yes, I agree. But there is the thing that the defendants mentioned before. Well, I disagree. There is a way the soba could have been used to suffocate the victim. What? You would explain your theory at once, Miss Sykes. To kill Master Tornado, the culprit must have smothered him with uncooked soba noodles. No? No! Wait. The culprit must have pressed uncooked soba noodles into the victim's face. No. That might be the uncut one. Soba noodles are even softer and more apt to fall apart before they are cooked than after. I verified this for myself by preparing and cutting my own buckwheat noodles yesterday. How thoroughly studious of you, Prosecutor Sanmati. You would do well to follow his example, Miss Sykes. Yeah, this is a mistake on my part. Okay. My stomach hurts. Alright, Your Honor, please let me try that again. Uncut ones. Yeah, that's it. Okay. The culprit must have used the soba before it was cut into noodles. In other words, the murder weapon was raw soba dough. Ah, yeah. Yeah, okay, I see. Order! Order in the court! Yes, soba dough could definitely be used to suffocate someone, couldn't it? Are you alright, Prosecutor Sanmati? I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice thanks to the foolish lawyer before me. What are you talking about? Pretty gross making noodles out of it afterwards. Yeah... Allow me to summarize your statements. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. The weapon he used to suffocate the victim with was the dough in the dressing room. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the soba dough into noodles. Arrgh! Why, you smarmy? Afterwards, the accused put the victim's face into the bowl of soba noodles and broth to wash off the blood that had dripped onto the victim's face from his own. And there you have it, the true sequence of events behind this foul affair. Now wait just a minute, I never once said that Mr. Wet was the culprit. But who the accused knows how to cut dough into noodles, defense. Grr. That's a very good point, Prosecutor Sanmati. I heard that cutting soba dough into uniform noodles requires considerable training. But then, what about the dying message? How do you explain that? The defendants wouldn't have known about Uendo's Owen personality. Perhaps the victim was simply playing with the cards and they hold no other meaning. Perhaps he spelled out Owen's name in jest sometime before his murder. That's true. From Owen's testimony, it's clear that Master Tornado cared for the boy. It appears we've arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taken together, all of these points paint a convincing picture of the defendant's guilt. Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? It doesn't matter how small of a detail, anything will do. Oh, you're scaring me. Oh, I'm sorry, Owen. Auntie Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. I have to be gentler with him. I can't forget he's only 5 years old. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell us anything you can remember. Well, when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me, bleeding from their head. Owen, you saw the killer's face? Oops, I did it again. So who was it, Owen? Do you remember? Oh, I don't know who it was. I'm picking up some noise. That means there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony. Sotra! I don't know what Owen saw, but suffice it to say we are analyzing the dreams of a child. You've wasted enough of our time, defense. Let it go and move on. Never! No, there's still discord in Owen's heart that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give in here. Owen, do you think you can continue your testimony for us? Okay. I'll enter the new info and run an update then. Okay. Shisho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. Info update. He was on the floor and somebody was smooshing dough into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. And when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me. Why is there happiness?
Got it!
Was it Geiru? Despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand. Because it would be someone he trusts then. Owen experienced a positive feeling, one of relief. The person the witness saw was no stranger, rather it was the accused. Therefore, it is only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. Defense, end this madness and sully your soul no more. Owen, who did you see? That nice smell. I love the smell of that perfume. It's probably not my client. It's the smell of... You can do it. Try to remember, Owen. Oh, the smell of... Oh! I passed out. Owen! It seems Owen is now resting in the infirmary. They certainly have their hands full today down there. Let's continue with the trial. Despite Owen's testimony, it is the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion. But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned? I believe it's a clue that will lead us to the true culprit. But there are thousands of perfumes in the world. It could even be the scent of the hair product the accused uses. He does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible. The witness is a 5-year-old boy. He cannot tell the difference between conventional perfumes and hair products. Why couldn't you have gone for a crew cut or something, Bucky? What's more, the only person who can cut soba noodles with such precision is the accused and no other. Oh man, how am I supposed to argue with that? And so the person Owen saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused Bucky what? What the? Hey, I never use hair products or anything with a smell. If I were something like that, the smell would get into the soba. True, you mentioned that before. It's not like he's using that excuse now, he already brought it up before. Boom, check it. Mr. Wet, aren't you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever. You think I'd let my soba stink of perfume? Try that chilled soba for yourself and see. I believe we have no choice but to try it, strictly for examination purposes, of course. Now then, let's dig in, shall we? That was delightful. Ahem. Well, I'm satisfied that there are no traces of hair products or perfumes in Mr. Wet's soba. First sweet bean buns and now savory soba. What a delectable trial this has been. This texture is different from the soba I had the other day. It reminds me of a dish we have in Korean called banupun. What you think, Miss Chickadee? My soba is pretty good, isn't it? It's delicious. Don't you think so, Simon? It still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine. Simon, why you always gotta be so hard on me? Bailiff, take the defendant back to the infirmary at once for some rest. Okay, excuse me. Rest. Hey, I ain't a lump of plain old wheaty udon dough, you know. I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. Okay, yeah, you've already said that before. Good grief, what a defendant. At least Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Wait, smelly perfume? It looks like you remembered something. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of a certain somebody. Oh, and who might that be? There is only one person that comes to mind. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of this person. Balloon! Gay Tornado. Yes, she did smell very nice, didn't she? Just a moment, defense. You would throw suspicion on Geiru now because of a scent? Your Honor, there is no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of the defense. I suppose their claims have been awfully inconsistent. But he'd like to see her again, so he's gonna allow it. But Geiru could have been at the crime scene. Yes, but... you'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back to the witness stand. How vulgar. His Honor is not interested in such things. Ahem. Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely, I do believe it's appropriate to ask Geiru some questions given the circumstances. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course. Thank you, Your Honor. Bokunka. Excellent. Thank you for calling this disciple of the Tornado School of Rakugo back for an encore. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geiru Tornado. 1, 2, balloon. What wonderful balloon artistry. Your Honor, please. Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time? Actually, I called you back for more testimony. But I'm all talked out. This case has left me completely deflated. You don't look deflated at all. Excuse me. What, you didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon? It seems the person who murdered Master Tornado was wearing perfume. And you were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. Wait, you mean I'm a suspect now? Geiru, you knew about Owen, right? Well, yes, I often played with him at Shisho's request. So that means you could have left that fake dying message, right? What? Just because I wear perfume and know Owen? Oh, she's gonna be deflated soon. Ah. She's gonna go completely ballistic. You'd think I'm a murderer. Oh, how could you? The witness is absolutely right. With no evidence but the distorted memories of a small child. Is it outrageous of the defense to accuse this woman? That's right. You don't even have any proof. You may step down from the stand, Geiru. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime. Wait just 1 minute. I may not have proof, but Owen's testimony is still... Enough. Please feel free to leave, Geiru. No. But I'm so close. There must be something I can do. What if the prosecutor says it's okay? Then I guess I'll be going
Silence.
now. Oi, Geiru. You're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing leaving halfway through? Okay. There's a bandage on Geiru's forehead. And since we know that Master Tornado's killer has a cut on their face somewhere... Impossible! How did you know, Simon? I didn't, but I had to take a chance and see for myself. Otherwise, your theory would remain a groundless accusation. Your Honor, Prosecutor Sadmati. Scent of perfume, an injury on the forehead. These things are completely consistent with Owen's testimony. In short, the mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Geiru. Miss Sykes, does this mean you are formally indicting? How do you say that? Wait, no, he doesn't throw the feather, he cuts the feather. Looks like it. By the looks of it, yeah, it's what seems to make sense. With the air, I guess. It seems that way. Indicting, I guess. And what about indicting? Indicting. Indicting, okay. Does this mean you are formally indicting this witness for the murder of Typhoon Tornado? Should your accusation prove to be false, I hope you are prepared to pay the price in full. Simon, what price is he talking about? I thought that should be obvious. Prosecutor Sad Monk is saying he'll see to it that you never stand in a court of law again. I must say, though, he knows how to make a trial interesting. Just whose side are you on, Simon? Go on then, into the deep end with you. You really have but one choice anyway. Well, Miss Sykes, I'm waiting. With regards to the witness Geiru Tornado, the defense wishes to indict her. Okay. There's no reason for me to hold back, not if I really believe in my client. Okay. The defense wishes to formally indict Geiru Tornado for the murder of Typhoon Tornado. I have tried to be merciful, but now not even your pleas would reach the Holy Mother's ears. You will have plenty of time to regret your decision in the pit of hell. Except I won't need to. The person who murdered the victim was not Mr. Wet. It was Geiru Tornado. That bandage it's just from a silly slip-up I made while cooking yesterday, that's all. What kind of extreme cooking were you doing to cut yourself on the forehead? Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period before 4 PM, do you, Geiru? But I really didn't know anything was wrong until Shisha was found dead. If you don't believe me, then with a twisty twist... What's that? And Balloon, there you have it, an adorable little kitty. How could you suspect a cutesy whittle balloon artist like me, Geiru, I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but could it be that you don't have an eye for balloon art? What she is creating might not be pretty, but it's certainly impressive. I couldn't do that. I know that much. Don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. She's gonna paint me as a cruel person now. I'm the daughter of a great Rakugo artist. I never wanted to do stupid balloon art. I was supposed to be a Rakugo storyteller too, just like my late daddy. Shisho told me to do balloon art instead. I guess the victim thought she had no talent as a Rakugo artist either. It's really creepy looking balloon art, yeah. Scary even, so you're still gonna suspect a poor little thing like me? Please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. You and the culprit in Owen's testimony share those two traits. These two traits. You're dead set on accusing me, aren't you? Well, here's what I have for naughty little girls like you with a twisty twist. I'ma cut ya, witch. Ooh, scary face. Go ahead, make me testify all you want. When the truth is revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Oh my, is this yet another hidden personality? Simon, is everybody in the tornado school like this? How should I know? Witness testimony. Ooh, she looks mean now. What I did before the murder. Punk punk. Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know. I'ma cut you, bitch. The perfume Owen smelled must have been left over from when I visited. What? So Geiru's saying she went into the dressing room but then left right away? Don't take her at her word. Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened. Now then, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Bonk bonk. What I did before the murder. Bonk bonk. Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Yeah, don't forget you need to use the touch screen. Shisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know. Never trust the cutesy characters. They always turn out to be scary. Yep. Like April May, once again. Where did you find your master's notes? I don't know. Can't remember. Did you notice anything else unusual or out of place in the room? Well, there was a sake and a half-eaten manju on the table. But I didn't see anything else out of place or whatever in the room, though. Oh, is that a fact? Of course it is. What you think? And you didn't change anything around while you were in there? I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling you. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in a room. Your boldness, I request that statement be added to Geiru's testimony. Simon, what's a statement like that going to do for us? Just play along and you'll see soon enough. I have no problem with adding that to the testimony, but how about you, Miss Sykes? I have no problem with it either, Your Honor. What is Simon thinking? Think. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. Let's have a look at this. Well, the cards. Is it something about the cards? Yeah, who rearranged them then? Who rearranged the cards? Gairu, you said that you didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master. You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right, what about it? Then I wonder who left that dying message with the Karuta cards. What are you going on about? It had to be in that Bucky. Sorry, but that's not possible, because only 3 people knew of Wendo's personalities. Wendo, your master, and you. Eek! If Bucky had left that Karuta message, it had to have been someone who knew Owen. It wouldn't have spelled out Owen, it would have spelled Wendo. What it boils down to is this: as a member of the Tornado School, you, Gairu Tornado, are the only one who could have left that dying message. And as the person who left that message, it's clear that you are Master Tornado's killer. Grah, would you ever quit your yapping? The balloon is gonna give, no? Yeah, so Bob, you are like wretches clinging to the spider thread of salvation. Allow me to cut that holy thread from the heavens and bring you back down to earth. Would you quit butting in whenever things start to go my way? Silence, child. Playtime is over. What did you just say? As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. But the victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. There was another reason that compelled Gairu to leave at once. Gairu, would you please relate said reason to the court? There was a reason why Gairu had to leave the dressing room? Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I got no choice. April, Dahlia, and now Gairu? There are probably others, no? But yeah, possibly more, I would think. Your hand is all swollen and red. What happened, Gairu? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. What? That sounds suspiciously made up. Allergic reactions to buckwheat can vary, though they're usually on the severe side, with Typhoon Tornado making soba noodles in his dressing room. Gairu is lucky to still be alive, considering all the soba flour that was swirling in the air. Good thing I left pretty quick. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction. But I touched Shisho as he was being carried away, and look what it did to my poor hands. There must have been soba broth on his clothes or something. If I'd inhaled any of that soba flour, I'd had a seizure and it'd been good night Gairu. I never could have stayed in that dressing room for very long. Can she prove that she is allergic? A person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in a room with soba flour in the air, and certainly couldn't use soba dough as a murder weapon either. She could have been wearing gloves. This isn't good. Plus, she has that nose, so as to not breathe it. You knew it would come to this, didn't you? That's why you never mentioned her allergy. As if I would do anything so underhanded. Yes, you would. I was simply trying to protect the privacy of this witness. I'm sick of all these accusations. Why don't I just testify and get it all out in the open? What about your red nose? Gairu, the red-nosed performer or something. Should make a song out of this. If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. Show us the other hand. If it's red too, that could also be a sign that she was using both hands to press the soba dough on his face. I still can't believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Did you know, Simon? Does it look like I knew? Protect the privacy of the witness, my foot. What a dirty trick. Now what do we do? There's only one thing to do. Put Prosecutor Sadmong to shame with your cross-examination. Right. No matter how small, I'll find us an opening and break her testimony down. Is that true?
Hold it!
Hold it!
You're not lying about this soba allergy of yours, right? Of course not! I swear on the grave of my father up in heaven. I can even get you a doctor's certificate if you want. She seems to be telling the truth. I've had this allergy for as long as I can remember, but I never dreamt in a million years I'd be... What? Something? What? What did she say there? It'd clear me of murder. Okay. And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flour to boot. Well said, Your Honor. Ah, these eyes. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Is it really that severe? I'll give you that. There was quite a bit of flour scattered about in that dressing room, but you went in to pay your respects to your master regardless, right? Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. Okie dokie, Monica. I mean, the soba making tools were right there. You better believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in. But you still could have committed this crime if you'd held your breath while doing it. Don't be ridiculous. I would have suffocated to death before Shisho did. Yeah, I guess you're right. Jeez, get a grip, will ya? Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body's caused this much damage.
Hold it!
Maybe there's a twist here, like you're actually allergic to dogs and not soba? You're kidding? Bring my little Jugimu in here. I'll hug and squeeze him like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling ya, I have a genuine, honest-to-goodness soba allergy. The fans, the witness clearly has an authentic allergy to buckwheat. Any further deliberation on the matter would be meaningless, pointless, worthless. You heard the man, lawyer girl. Oh, right, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though. I probably got this allergic reaction on my hand here because I touched Shisho. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. I have a question about that, actually. If you're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth, too? Well, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve into the broth, so duh. Touching soba broth can be just as deadly for me. Don't you know anything? What an amateur. I'm sorry. Do I look like a doctor to you? Look, anything that has soba in it or anything that has touched soba is like poison to me. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. So I just want to cover all my bases, but could the murder have possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room? That is out of the question. By even asking, you show your complete disregard for all we have discussed until now. Yes, I have to agree, the defense can't go around suggesting new premises without basis. Unfortunately for you, Shisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder. Back again, Monica. Welcome back. Well, that is unfortunate for everyone. Well, I pressed everything. Nothing came out of it. Geiru could not have possibly committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Could she? Finally, the time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin. What would Mr. Wright do at a time like this? Oh, Gatus. There's only one thing to do. What are you smiling about? Has the pressure overwhelmed you? Nope. It's just the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I see you have no rebuttal, and so the only thing left to you is to smile. Oh. That's where you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal. Turn your thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Geiru, who is allergic to soba, could commit the crime. Figure out how Geiru could be in that room and not have an allergic reaction instead. The nose! No? Isn't it? Let me rest. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba. And you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh. Cut the dough fresh. And boil the noodles fresh. He's blacked out. Resting, do not disturb. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting, do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisho was napping? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. But if it's cooked, would you still be allergic to it? Mon Dieu! What if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means? If that's the case, I might be able to prove that Geiru could have committed this crime. It's the dough that was resting? No matter how hard you search your mind, you cannot overturn facts. It's the dough that was resting, not him. Well, Miss Sykes, if you have no further objections, I'll hand down my ruling. True, I can't overturn facts, but what if we got our facts about a piece of evidence wrong? He's much too smug, I don't like him. Got our facts wrong. What are you talking about now? And which piece of evidence do you mean, Miss Sykes? Please point it out to this court. This evidence proves that Geiru could have killed her master even with her soba allergy.
Take that!
It's Master Tornado's note. And then she could have scattered the flour all over the place to dispel suspicion from her. The note? Preposterous. What possible connection could there be between the witness's allergy and that note? The answer lies in the true meaning of this note. Its true meaning? This note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, as we had assumed. But rather it actually means this dough is resting, do not disturb it. Wait a minute, Athena. That doesn't make any sense. You're right, it doesn't. After all, as Bucky told us many a time, you don't let soba dough rest. What's all this jibber-jabber got to do with anything? This is it, the home stretch. This note and Mr. Wet's words have led me to the conclusion that Master Tornado was making udon noodles instead of soba. The victim, Taifu Tornado, was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Polkunka! That layer of flour in the dressing room wasn't soba flour, but plain old wheat flour for udon. So actually, it was totally possible for Geiru to be in that room and kill her master. And she got that allergic reaction because he had dough in the room that was for soba noodles. The dough that the guy brought to him. Do we have a piece of evidence actually that proves that? Or not? There's actually very few pieces of evidence in the court record this time around. But if that's true, it changes everything. Your Honor, the defense requests that the flour in the room be tested immediately. But soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Geiru did have a reaction on her hand. How do you explain those things? Well, even were it udon flour instead of soba, you still cannot prove Geiru committed the crime. Actually, the reaction on her hands proves it. Don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward, or you'll feel my blade at your back. Now he's talking about a blade here. Enough with the threats already. I got it. Talk about pressure. All right, Athena. Take a deep breath and go over everything again. I'm going to revisualize the case from start to finish. I have to find conclusive evidence that Geiru committed this murder. What was Master Tornado making in his dressing room? Udon. By my logic, Master Tornado must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room, but something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. What was found in the bowl on the table? Soba. Even though the master wasn't making soba, soba noodles were found at the scene. So that means the noodles had to have come from somewhere. Wait a minute, what mysterious serving of soba noodles? That sounds familiar. Where did the soba in the bowl on the table come from? The master soba stock, Bucky mentioned it before. He likes to have a stock of uncooked ones. The soba noodles found at the scene were from the master's stock of uncooked noodles, yeah. But then why would the culprit go out of her way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl? To hide the murder weapon. Why did the culprit cook the soba noodles and put them in the bowl? To hide the udon dough. Soba was found in the scene, so that means the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. But why did the culprit take the udon away and hide it? It must have been because she killed him with the udon dough. That's, yeah, I guess. So she did not get the allergic reaction from that then. That's it, the udon dough was the real weapon used to kill Typhoon Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found is because Geiru got rid of the dough somehow. If anyone thought it was udon, they would have thought that she could have done it. And by getting rid of it, she gave herself some kind of alibi, I guess. The real murder weapon was the udon dough the victim made. If we can find this dough, that would prove my theory correct. And undeniably prove Geiru's guilt. Even if we could find this dough, what makes you think that it would prove she is the one? Please recall Owen's eyewitness testimony, Prosecutor Sanmari. If the injury on Geiru's forehead was caused by the victim's knife, then Geiru's blood must have dripped down onto the dough used as the murder weapon. That would make the dough pretty conclusive evidence, wouldn't you agree? But where is this conclusive evidence? Let us hear your theory on where this murder weapon is. Well, it's, if I can't find the answer in the evidence I have on hand, we'll lose this trial. So how did Geiru get rid of the udon dough? Think, Athena. What do I have that points to suspicion behavior on Geiru's part? She gave it to eat to the dog. And they're buried in the ground. Because the dog could not eat it all. Good job, dog. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Nice barking you did there. I assume you have the bites to back it up. Stop distracting me, especially not right now. This piece of evidence can point us to the location of the hidden murder weapon. The statement.
Take that!
Huh? What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder. Puns on dogs as well, yeah. Stuff that cute act in your balloon hat. Geiru got rid of the dough she used to kill Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. She did it right in front of Prosecutor Blackwell's nose by feeding it to her dog. No, Of course, now it all makes sense. I was puzzled as to why Geiru, who should know her own dog's eating habits, would feed Jugemu more than he could possibly finish. Your Honor, please order an investigation of the yard right now. And what should the police at the theater be looking for exactly? Jugamu must have buried his leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. Dumplings that Geiru made out of the udon dough with her blood on it. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If you hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way. What are you blathering on about? You still have work to do. Now, by your hand, finish this wretched case off, Athena. You got it. Geiru, do you remember what you said would happen when the truth is finally revealed? Ugh. Excuse me. My arm hurts. Ow! Cramp. When the truth is revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop, got it? Well, now the truth is out, and it looks to me like it's your balloon that goes pop. That's it, she's gonna pop, she's gonna pop, she's gonna pop. Polkunka! Go, go, that's it. Freak out. Come on, I'm a Rakugo artist. I was the one who was supposed to inherit that name. But then, Shisho. Uh-oh. Oh. And there we go, popping the balloons. There are some balloons left. Come on, why are my balloons bursting, Daddy? I've been a bad girl. They popped! Yes, they popped! They were fake too! It's popping the balloons! Are you ready to tell us everything now, Geiru? The whole reason I entered the world of Rakugo in the first place was to follow in my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit its stage name. His stage name? You don't mean Uendo Tornado. I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that she has some serious daddy issues. If I did the stupid balloon thing like Shisho wanted and inherit the name someday. But Master Tornado gave the name to his junior disciple. Yeah, that's why I took my revenge on Shisho during the show celebrating the name succession. So that was your entire motive? I doubt anybody else could understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living. Of all the days you could have taken your revenge, why did you choose the day of the show? Because I wanted to play Uendo back for stealing what was rightfully mine. I wanted to pin the blame on him at the show where all the Tornado fans were gathered. Why are my balloons popping? Are you mad at me, Daddy? Tells so much with so little. But then Uendo tried to shift the blame onto Bucky Wet. And now we know the whole story. There's just one more thing I want to know. Did you know Master Tornado was making udon in his dressing room yesterday? No, I didn't. When I saw the soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy. But it was my only chance to get my revenge on the two of them, so I went ahead and did it. So it was a premeditated crime, but in the end, you only went through with it on impulse. Then the allergic reaction on your hand. Is it from touching the soba in the refrigerator with your bare hands? When you were tampering with the crime scene after your master's death? Yeah, by that time I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy. Geiru, how could you do all this, you idiot? Geiru, I get your desire to inherit your father's name. But what you really should have inherited from him wasn't his name, but his heart. His heart. Well, I guess that covers this case then. Do you have anything to add, Prosecutor Sanmari? Any objections? No, Your Honor. Miss Athena Sykes. So he's lost to Apollo, he's lost to Phoenix, and now he's lost to Athena as well. Yes, that's the first time he's used my name. I shall be sure to remember your name. Add it to his revenge list. Really? It seems he finally recognizes you as a proper adversary. Thanks, that's all I ask, Prosecutor said Maddie. It looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant. Ah, good. It seems you have made a full recovery. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Bucky, wet... not guilty. This court is adjourned. Let the confetti fly! Ow! Oh. My knee now. May 13th, 11:55 a.m. District Court. Defendant, lobby number 6. Congratulations, Bucky! I'm so glad you were found innocent. Thanks for everything, Miss Chickadee. But it still sucks that you were accused of a crime you didn't commit. Did Uendo have it out for you or something? I don't think so. Uendo said it was a spur-of-the-moment idea he got when he saw the Soba-themed cards. Your whole body is just breaking down or what? It's from sitting in this position, I think, with my legs crossed for too long. It's cramps. Simon, where have you been? I stopped in at Uendo's questioning. And my arms, what I've been exercising today, using weights, so it also hurts a little bit because of that, I guess. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim. No way, I almost got convicted out of convenience. Well, at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so buck up, Bucky. On the more important note, what I really want to know is... why didn't Master Tornado let Geiru inherit her father's name? Why do you mean on a more important note, Miss Chickadee? Ow, don't be such a wet blanket. Just go with the flow now, come on. You think the Master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business? No, that's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Geiru to find her own calling in life. To perform whatever she wanted without being bound by her father's name or Rakugo. Making udon was his way of showing his support for her in her new endeavor. So that's why he called you to the theater, huh? To teach him how to make udon? A more roundabout way I've never seen, but that's Master Tornado for you. So this entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding. How sad. By the way, Geiru wasn't the only person Master Tornado was trying to cheer on. Even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions. What, you talking about me? Come on, no way. All that old man ever did was criticize my Soba. That's not true, Bucky. There must be a way to make Bucky see just how much Master Tornado cared about him.
Take that!
Take that! Take a good look, Bucky. Whose name is on there as the holder of this title deed? It's still my name. Master Tornado was just up to one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop from you. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's stead. He probably used some tough love on you so that the shop wouldn't just go belly up. I see. I never knew. Oh, Master Tornado. I'm so sorry. Keep working hard, Bucky, and pay him back by living up to his expectations. Thanks, Saimi, and you too, Miss Chickadee. One day my Soba is gonna be so good it'll knock that old man's socks clean off. After all, I'm the 4th generation owner of Wet Soba. Wet Noodle number 4. Well, I'd better be getting back to my shop. I gotta get ready for the lunch rush. Hold on. Can I place an order for delivery, Bucky? Yes, Miss Chickadee. Could you deliver a bowl of udon to Geiru on behalf of our master? You got it. I'll make sure it's got all the TLC Master Tornado would have packed in it too. Thank you. Well, see you. Be sure to drop by the shop sometime. I will, and I'll bring the whole agency with me. Do us all proud, Bucky. I'll have the best soba in town waiting for you when you come. Peace out. Ah, it's nice to see somebody giving it their all, isn't it? I wonder if I leveled up any thanks to this case. Don't kid yourself. The trial would have been a spectacle and a half had I not been by your side. You don't know that. For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak points. Bring all the adopted kids of Phoenix. Or you could just teach me your famous mind tricks, Simon. No. Way to shut someone down, and why not? Because the more pesky lawyers there are, the harder my job becomes. So it's in my best interest for you to remain green forever. Hey, what about what's in my best interest, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pulled over your eyes by Uendo? Must you remind me? How could I have known Uendo would do Time Soba? Hey, speaking of Time Soba, I just thought of something funny. Oh goody, I can't wait. Okay, here it is. In Time Soba, why didn't Mon number 9 get counted? Come on, do you know, Simon? How should I know? Because 789. Please, Athena. Thank you, I'll be here all week. Rolling on the floor laughing. Okay. That I should have known. Come on, let's go get soba or something and go home. Your treat? I'll treat you to 50% of the tab, and don't forget you still owe me for that manju. Really, Simon? It wouldn't hurt for you to pay for me every once in a while, you know. Quit squawking and start walking, Athena. That was bad. Hey, wait for me! I may still have a ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm going to get there someday. After all, I've inherited their passion for our courts and the law. Je peux le faire! I can do this. She said the same thing twice. You're welcome, Monica. I will certainly be streaming again tomorrow, and the next case, I guess there's not much left now, I suppose. If possible at all, I would like to be done with the game by Sunday, because on Monday I leave for my parents' house for a few days, so that would mean not being able to stream the game for a while. Sleep once you get there. Yeah, thank you, Monica. I most certainly will, and you do the same too. Take care of yourself. Rest well from your emotions today.
Who's there?
It is I, the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm.
This is a look into what's awaiting us for us tomorrow, I guess.
Good people of Khura'in, we can't allow things to go on like this.
The Defense Culpability Act has done nothing but produce countless victims of wrongful convictions. The time to act is now, for we, the Defiant Dragons, have obtained the ultimate weapon, the Founder's Orb. And to the Garenian regime, make no mistake about it, I will personally dethrone you. A dragon never yields, nor will he rest until his revolution is complete.
Okay, well that will be for tomorrow then. That will be the 5th case, and I think, I'm not completely sure. Actually, let's have a look real quick. I believe the DLC case from the 3DS version is bundled on the Android version. So there may be 6. I'm gonna check real quick. If I go to episode select, so that's the first one. 4, 3, 1, 2, 3. I can't even count. Wait a minute. No, that was 4. No, that was... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the next one. And there's another one. Okay, so that's 6. Okay, like, just as I thought. Okay. There are 2 more cases to go. And ideally, I would like to be done by Sunday so that I don't leave this game unfinished before I leave for my parents for a few days on Monday. And then I'd be back on Thursday. Yeah, I think that's it, yeah. So look forward to it. Thank you for watching then. Take care, good night, sweet dreams and all that. See you next time. Bye-bye.